Hello, good morning, and welcome to Joy News at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM and hits 103.9 FM in Accra. In Kumasi, we are on Love 99.5 FM and over 30 affiliates across Ghana's 16 regions, including Clenham Radio, Bator, Gaskiar FM, Tichiman, and Radio Wa. Get radio, TV, and online content on the myjoyonline.com interactive app for Android and iOS devices. Coming up, in spite of the widespread criticism, President Akufo-Addo defends his track record as president, insisting it is one that is unmatched and makes him proud.
In all modesty, I'm exceedingly proud of my record in office and the considerable achievements that have been recorded in all sectors of national life.
Also, Ghana National Association of Teachers takes on the Office of the Special Prosecutor for its latest report alleging over 2.8 million cedis has been paid to ghost workers.
Metri, the metropolis. There are still teachers whose salary has been dropped by this OSC. There are things happening that we are expecting him to go there. He should leave the teachers alone. Their approach is not the best, and certainly it will affect the outcome.
What's up in business, Darryl?
Hannah, expect to pay more for prices of petroleum products in the coming weeks unless a city situation improves. We've got details on the Joy Business Report.
And later, traders and residents living around Kwame Nkrumah Circle here in the national capital demand placement of dustbins at vantage points in the area to avoid indiscriminate littering.
People choose to throw rubbish anywhere and anyhow. So we need dustbins. Rubbish containers are needed.
All of this and more with me, Hannah Odami. This is Joy News. Independent, fearless, and credible journalism. We start off with the president. In spite of the widespread criticism, he has been defending his track record in every aspect of governance, insisting it is one that is unmatched and makes him proud. While swearing in his new ministers and deputies, he listed the various sectors of the economy and touted his record while admonishing his new appointees to build upon the work done so far.
In all modesty, I'm exceedingly proud of my record in office and the considerable achievements that have been recorded in all sectors of national life these last 7.5 years, one or two of which have been very difficult as a result of global developments. Whether it is in the management of the national economy, in education, healthcare, roads, railways, digitalization, infrastructural development, agricultural and industrial transformation, the protection of Ghana's territorial integrity and security, the fight against corruption, the battle against environmental degradation, the response to the COVID-19 pandemic, entrenching the tenets of good governance and the rule of law, contributing to the attainment of regional and continental integration and unity, being at the forefront of the growing demand for the reform of global governance institutions, or in advocating respect for international law and multilateralism. The record is there for all to see. And I believe it is one which, in all humility, is at the least the equal of any in the history of the Fourth Republic. I can say in all good conscience that I have not betrayed the mandates the good people of Ghana conferred on me.
You heard there, President Akufo-Addo. The Ghana National Association of Teachers is casting doubt over the latest reports from the Office of the Special Prosecutor alleging over 2.8 million cedis has been paid to ghost workers. The Office of the Special Prosecutor and the Controller and Accountant General's Department joint investigation covered government's payroll administration, focusing on employees in the Northern region. Here are excerpts of the report that was released on May 20th.
The investigation covered employees on the government payroll, note in the northern region alone. You know, earlier we had teachers come up to say that their salaries had been frozen by the OSP, but this particular report is centered on the northern region alone, and it goes on to talk about this fictitious school that we've been talking about in the Kumbungu district of the Ghana Education Service, and it uncovered that this particular school did not exist at all, yet this non-existent contrived entity was represented as staffed, and the reported staff were being validated monthly and being paid salaries. So a staggering amount of over 2.8 million cedis was identified as an earned monthly salaries attributed to individuals who were deceased, some retired, some no longer in their positions, flagged as missing, or whose whereabouts were unknown, commonly referred to as ghost names as we know.
Let's now hear from President of the Ghana National Association of Teachers, who's criticized the approach employed by the Special Prosecutor. He is Reverend Dr. Isaac Osu.
Every school has a unique name and a code. If OSC has taken pain to visit the directorate after your investigation, if you have asked the director of Bungubu that I have seen school A, do you have it in your record? You didn't do any of it. We are not saying that you should go and seek permission. But look, this blockade of salary, it cut across the country, including teachers on study leave. Innocent teachers, in the month of January and February, innocent teachers salary were blocked. We shouldn't use the state institution to intimidate and threaten individuals. What kind of behavior is that?
Two other stories. In labor unions led by the Trades Union Congress has petitioned President Akufo-Addo to intervene in SNIT's resolve to sell 60% of its interest in 4 hotels to Minister for Agriculture Brian Achampon's Rock City Hotel. SNIT, in a statement, denied any foul play in its decision. Let's hear from General Secretary of the TUC, Dr. Yauba.
We do not think that the necessary due diligence was done. We cannot imagine that state properties will be sold to a minister of state. For us, it smacks of state capture. We workers of Ghana, we own the funds. We will stop that process. We ask the president to convene a meeting with leaders of organized labor to discuss SNIT, and this is one of it. We expect that the president will invite us as soon as possible because there are many other issues.
Meanwhile, the unions are threatening to embark on massive industrial action if government fails to halt the deal. An anti-corruption campaigner, Vitus Azim, says the deal raises concerns of conflict of interest which cannot be overlooked.
I think there is a potential conflict of interest because, you see, this is a politically exposed person. He's in a position to take decisions. But now you hand over 60% of all this. So if you are more or less relinquishing your power to manage, we haven't even seen the cost of the sale to him or the transaction, which is a headache. It's a worry because we don't know how much they're selling it. And those are the issues of conflict of interest. You are in government, you are in a position to take decisions, and you are the one going in to buy this company or this.
Now, mom guilt is a pervasive feeling that many new mothers experience. Health professionals say policies that support extended and paid maternity leave are essential for the mental health and well-being of new mothers. In Joy News' latest documentary titled When the Mind Is Not, some mothers who've lived that experience say the 3-month maternity leave is woefully inadequate. Here are excerpts from the documentary produced by Emmanuel Jivin.
The risk factors of mental illness can vary from hormonal changes to lack of support and a history of mental health issues.
People generally going through a lot of psychosocial stresses. How much maternity leave am I entitled to? Will I be replaced if I go? So all these are psychosocial stresses that can trigger it.
There is a general lack of awareness and appreciation of postpartum mental health issues.
One of the things that people don't talk about is mom guilt. So you're at work and you're feeling so guilty leaving the 3-month-old is barely, it's still a newborn at home under the care of who? If you don't have the right assistance. I believe that extending maternity leave, I feel that will play a major role in curbing some of these mental health challenges that we face.
You get more from When the Mind Is Not on the Joy News channel at 6:30 p.m. tonight. Now, provide rubbish bins and discipline those who don't comply. That's the resounding tone of residents, traders and passers-by at the heart of the Kwame Nkrumah circle, where filth is not a strange element. I was there and this is what I found.
They should give people warning. They should not put Gola inside the gutter.
The verdict of these residents and traders at the Kwame Nkrumah circle is a sum of many others Joy News spoke to. Yes, they are aware of the filth in which they live and sell, but the solution, according to them, lies in the authorities who have to provide them with rubbish bins.
This
place, people choose to throw rubbish anywhere and anyhow. So we need dustbins so that people will find it difficult throwing rubbish on the floor. Just look at how nasty it is to see the heaps of rubbish in the middle of the road.
Even after collection, the nauseating stench that fills the air in the immediate surrounding is not befitting for a city center, reason why some are calling for stringent measures to deal with persons who litter the area.
When it rains, you can't even pass by this area because you will see how the rainwater will expose the littered rubbish all over, and the stench is overpowering. I suggest that the policemen stationed under the bridge discipline those who throw rubbish away carelessly.
And that's it for the news at 6 with me, Hannah Odame. Please log on to myjoyonline.com for more stories with just a click. The Super Morning Show continues. Thank you for your company.
You know, Papa, see that? And it's rickety car. Hey, Papa! Bobo, so how's your engine now? It is half man, half amazing. Thanks to Quartz and you can feel better energy. Can't touch this. Actually, guys, so Sancho's engine just died like that? Yes, so somebody managed to convince him that there is a better engine oil than Quartz, and he switched. Sancho Panzapa. Now, which engine oil can be better than Quartz? No other, my guy. Quartz with its age-resistant technology, it keeps your engine younger for longer. Now you know. Have you guys seen the new bottle design? It's superb. Quartz 9000 from Total Energies there improves fuel efficiency. Why do you think Mr. Mane and Logoso have taken the Quartz Nation movement World Cup like that? Sorry, Chairman Mane. Chairman. Hey, Chairman! Quartz. Keep your engine younger for longer.
They say a butterfly flapping its wings in Accra can cause a tsunami in Bangkok. So what if your factory in Nsawam could shake up the stock market in Hong Kong? What if your business in Elmina could affect fish production in Norway? What if your refinery in Tema could affect the price of petrol in Moscow? Well, now it can because you have access. Access to the bank with the largest number of customers in Africa. Access to our global branch network.
Bonjour. Good morning.
Our robust asset base and an unparalleled digital infrastructure. So go ahead and flap your wings wherever you are, because with us you have access to an entire world of possibilities. Access more than banking.
No matter your water needs, Sintex has it all. Sintex tank was first to introduce double layer tank, and now you can have as many layers as you want. Sintex tank was first to introduce white inner layer tanks in Ghana, and now introduces the customer specs order, which will let you order any color and size you want. Sintex tanks gives you the biggest warranty of 7 years, which no other tank gives you. So whatever your water consumption, size of project, or demand, choose Sintex tank. Sintex tank, stress-free. Sintex tank, reliable. Sintex tank, maximum guarantee. Call 0244 335 168, Kumasi 0505 555 666, or visit sintexgh.com. Sintex tank, a strong, a tough.
Hello, Auntie Araba. Hey, Bugger, how are you doing today? I want to buy Pepsodent Cavity Fighter, but I don't have enough money. So what are you going to do? Can you give me the big size? You know, as for me, I'll pay the balance later.
Today, no credit. I haven't sold much this morning. If you don't have enough money for the big size, why don't you try the 120 gram pack?
There's a 120 gram pack? Introducing the new Pepsodent Cavity Fighter in 120 gram pack size. More affordable and convenient. Get yours today from any supermarket near you. Every smile matters. This advert is FDA approved.
This is what it has come to, the moment that defines a season. It's the finale, and I want it all. I want all the gold and the drama. I want Pep and Klopp racing for the top. I want the biggest stars shining on Champions League nights. I want the fairy tale stories and the glory. I want the passion of Serie A. I want the flair of La Liga. I want the Premier League. I want the football finals. I want it all. Reconnect to catch every match live on DSTV.
Hello?
Yo, bro! SG Ghana has done it again. Low interest rates on loans this year too. Yatisubium.
Charlie, I did throw inside. Let me call you back.
Call SG Ghana rather. Collect loan and buy car, my guy. Low, very low interest rates on loans this year too. It's difficult to keep good news to yourself, especially when it can transform your life and those close to you. SG Ghana went low on interest rates last year, and this year we are even lower. Yes, Yatisubium. Get the money you need to turn your dreams into a reality. Visit any SG Ghana branch near you and speak to our dedicated staff about the amazing Yatisubium loans today. You can also call 0302-214-314 for more details.
Ojo, it's 3 a.m. What now?
Yatisubium. Okay, bye. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
However,
hey, morning.
Yeah,
the future is you.
And that's what they insist. I believe them. It's you too. And that's why we should have these conversations. By
about
the way,
our future.
Yeah.
About our monies.
Our pensions.
Yes.
Charlie, TUC boy, eh? Listen to them.
Organized labor, therefore, demands that the process of the sale of SNIT's interests in the hotels be cancelled immediately. We are also calling on the Minister for Employment, Labor Relations, who is also responsible for pensions, to direct the Board of Trustees of SNIT to cancel the process immediately. Otherwise, we will advise ourselves.
We don't agree with that assertion. We think proper due diligence was not done. And we, as the major stakeholders for pension funds, we must not sit idle. And I repeat, our pension funds are used for Chaskele.
For us, it smacks of state capture, and that should be stopped, and stopped immediately. And if the Minister for Pensions failed to stop SNIT, we workers of Ghana, we own the funds. We will stop that process.
Yeah.
I just wondering, though, don't we have reps of labor on the SNIT board?
Yeah.
They didn't know about this?
You see, it's very interesting. I wonder what happens in these board meetings.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know that the SNIT boss has been changed recently, right? So is that how these things get done? Do they just make sure that they have all the people who will align in charge, and then the deal gets done? Is that how these things happen? Because obviously people are now trying to, put two and two together. This is a procurement process, right? This this sale of these shares, something that apparently started in 2018.
2018.
Yes. But somehow it's all come to a head in these past few weeks or months. So, people ask about the timing of it. Were there some people who were stopping it from happening, and now those people are no longer there, so it can proceed? Is that what is happening? By the way, fun fact, this process, according to SNIT, was started in 2018, but Rock City, the company that is buying these hotels, was created in 2019. Just a fun fact. Doesn't mean anything, does it?
And there was no other entity that qualified.
Apparently there were others who bid, but Rock City won.
Well.
Okay. So the 6 a.m. news was brought to us by Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you, which means it's now time for the Joy Business Report. And that comes thanks to Omni Basic Bank, at your service.
Hi, good morning. Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up, expect to pay more for petroleum products in the coming weeks unless city situation improves. Also coming up, Chief Executive of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, Yofi Grant, challenges claims Ghana is losing out as preferred place for doing business in the region. Plus, total value of mobile money accounts held at commercial banks reaches more than 18 billion cedis and in March this year. Details coming up. And thanks for being with us this morning. Hello to our friends listening from Koforidon on KTU Radio. This morning, expect to pay more for fuel in the coming weeks unless city situation improves. That's warning coming from the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers. It's coming after some oil marketing companies started increasing prices at the pumps, despite industry data projecting some reduction from the middle of this month. Executive Secretary of the Chamber, Duncan Amwa, says the oil firms find themselves in a very difficult situation.
Once you don't have a currency that you can predict the next 2-3 months with, then you are forcing the importers to, as it were, up the ante on what value they are using in setting their prices. Because if he's done selling, he's got to pay the supplier. And if he needs much more cedi than he did when he was setting the price, a certain loss or a certain overrun would have occurred. So clearly, something has got to, what is to give, I do not know, but government has a duty to Ghanaians to ensure that there comes stability with the local currency.
You had Duncan Amwa, who is Executive Secretary of the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers. Meantime, energy strategist Dr. Isi Suleimana is calling on government to make use of funds accrued from the special petroleum tax to cushion consumers as fuel prices continue to increase. According to him, the price hikes will have a significant impact on inflation, which will hurt the economy.
The special petroleum tax. It was introduced, which was an excellent move at a time when oil prices were dropping drastically. So we needed to be able to cushion the upstream side, the oil producing side, because we weren't getting revenue out of that. Beautiful. Now, if oil prices are also going up, you need to do the reverse. But we don't have answers to the reverse, or we just don't want to do the reverse. And if we don't do the reverse, what will happen is that oil prices are going up, good. You are going to gain at the upstream. That's the amount of capital you're going to get. Now, look at the cumulative effect on your downstream. When crude oil prices are high or when petroleum products are high, that is very close to your inflation. And that's how come our inflationary figures are nowhere to be found. That's how we are struggling with our inflationary figures. But if we work at the formula, which we are always calling, that this benefit you can cascade, whenever the oil prices are going up, you should have every government has a budget for oil price. Let's say if you budget for 75 and oil price around 80, that $5 is something.
You had Dr. Isi Suleimana there, an energy strategist. Now, some businesses have justified the high level of dollar demand, insisting they are uncertain about the economy and the outlook. The current pressure on the city has been partly linked to speculation rather than current fundamentals of the economy. Chief Executive of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mark Bedu-Abuaji, says businesses cannot be accused of not being patriotic.
You see, they are rational people, and if you don't have confidence in the rate at which the cedi is depreciating, some of them would anticipate that the cedi will depreciate further and maybe doing that. It's not good for the stability of the local currency. It's not good at all, because people are speculating, and when people speculate, it has a lot of impact on the viability of the local currency. So speculation is not good at all, but we have forced people to speculate. Now, it's not only on the local people who are speculating, the foreign investors are also speculating.
That was Mark Bedu-Abuaji, Chief Executive of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So this morning on the currency market, the dollar going for 14 cedis 80 pesos. That's what you get from Forex bureaus. The pound going for 18 cedis 20 pesos. The euro selling at 15 cedis 80 pesos. The total number of mobile money accounts held with commercial banks ending March this year reached more than 18.69 billion cedis. This was contained in the Bank of Ghana's FinTech report for the first quarter of the year. Here's George Jaffe with details.
This is different from the total value of transactions and volumes of money that has been moved around on the platform. Reports showed that the amount realized at the commercial banks ending March this year was the highest since February 2023. For some, this data could be one of the best approach in measuring the ability of this platform to mobilize monies outside the banking system. This is because this is the money that the mobile money operators have been able to use this platform to mobilize and kept with the commercial banks. The Bank of Ghana recently instructed the mobile money operators to pay interest on these funds the persons are keeping with them.
George Afil with that report. Chief Executive of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, Yofi Grant, is challenging claims that the country is losing out as the preferred place for doing business. This follows the exit of some multinationals that have cited the challenging environment as a major factor. But Mr. Grant argues that even though some companies have departed due to strategic reasons, some other firms are coming in.
Ghana still stands, and some of our selling points are interesting.
We still stand out in the midst of reports about companies relocating and
look, some of the indicators that investors look for are almost inherently placed in Ghana. For example, our political stability, we may take it for granted, but for the investor, that's a number one important factor that they need to understand, that this country is stable, so if I go there, I know 10 years, 20 years, things won't change dramatically. Today, in the sub-region, Ghana is a bastion of peace and security. That definitely counts for a lot, notwithstanding whatever challenges.
About the cost of doing business, the bit about the taxation issues.
You know the level of our taxes, tax to GDP today.
It is low.
It is very low.
But that's not increasing the rates, but rather expanding. I'm saying that businesses are paying more and more increment in tax.
We all recognize that nobody likes to pay taxes, first of all. Taxes, they say there are only two constants in life, God and taxes. We've got to pay, And the thing is, what is the optimal tax level anyway? Who decides that?
Chief Executive of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, Yofi Grant, speaking with George Afil there. You are listening to the Joy Business Report. We've got some more news for you this morning. Customers of the defunct Gold Coast Fund Management Company have challenged government to make immediate refund of their locked up monies if the office of the Vice President is really committed to helping them. Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, during a tour of the Northern Region, announced that the Ministry of Finance is preparing a new bailout package for investors of the defunct company. Reacting to the announcement, the convener of the group, Charles Nyame, said the payment of the locked up funds is long overdue.
As far as we Gold Coast Fund Management customers are concerned, we consider this promise by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia saying that the Finance Ministry is working out a new bailout for Gold Coast customers as one of the promises that we have been receiving since 2018 that our money got locked with the fund management. Because we have received countless of promises from this government, none of them was fulfilled. And for the past 6 years, people have died. This government has sat aloof, doing nothing about the situation. Now we are going to elections. He has come to promise.
Convener of customers of the Fund Gold Coast Fund Management Company, Charles Nyame there. Now, finance lecturer Dr. Benjamin Amwa is pushing for quick regulatory intervention over Societe Generale's move to review its Ghana operations. The parent bank earlier this month announced that it will soon embark on strategic review of its business in Ghana. However, it was silent on the structure of the review. But Dr. Amwa says it is important that the regulator is informed about the next line of action.
Now that the parent has officially informed the public that they are undertaking a strategic review, the details of what that means will have to now be transferred to BOG. BOG will then study it, of course, within the applicable laws of Ghana, and then study what the strategic review means for the banking sector. So that is the right thing to do. Apart from BOG, Securities and Exchange Commission will also have to be informed because definitely there's going to be a significant ownership change.
Finance lecturer at the University of Ghana Business School, Dr. Benjamin Amwa. Well, let's turn to Investor Eye and make sure you keep all documents related to any investment you make to help police investigations anytime you become a victim of an investment fraud. Listen to Head of Technical, ICT and Digital Forensic at the Economic and Organized Crime Office, Amon Kwata.
If an individual realizes they have been duped or deceived, there are several immediate remedial measures they can take. Here are some of the steps to be considered. 1. Stay calm and control your emotions. It is important to remain calm and composed when you discovering that you have been duped. Losing your control can sometimes further mistakes or impulsive decisions. 2. Gather evidence. Try to gather all available evidence of the deception. This includes any documents, email, message, or other form of communication that can support your claim. Take snapshots, that's screenshots, photos, or make copies of relevant record to preserve the evidence.
And that's the Joy Business Report this morning. Before we go, the commodity market, crude oil went up marginally, selling this morning at $83 a barrel. Gold lost $9, open trading at $2,415 an ounce. Cocoa open trading at $7,216 a ton after losing $132 from yesterday's trading. And that's it. My name is Darryl Kwame. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. Over to Kojo, who's feeling guy this morning.
Yeah.
I don't know what the excitement is. Some money's dropped.
Oh, no. I'm just
You've got to
alive
make
and
yourself
grateful.
happy.
Indeed. I'm alive and grateful. In spite of all that the enemy has planned for us, we still prevail. Amen.
And the enemy here is?
The enemy. Yeah, one a townful. All right, so time for something by Dunsin Oyekan.
Great stuff.
Yeah, Undignified. Enjoy. Hello, Ray. Hello, Mama V. Hey, wait, I can't hear you.
Mama V.
Hi. Am I clear?
You are loud.
Loud enough?
You are loud,
to say that my stretch again this morning, there's been an accident. This time is some long track B that has overturned.
Yay.
And this is just before Jonte, so you can imagine the massive traffic that is on that stretch. It's just left with some small road that everybody's squeezing to use, and you know how it is. Everybody wants to move at the same time.
Yeah.
We need the police MTTD to be on that stretch. We have to tow that vehicle out. Otherwise, I don't know, people will get to the office like 9 a.m. today.
Crikey.
It's that bad.
Well, you've been told. And remind everybody what stretch that is again.
So this is from the Pokwasi interchange just before Jonte. So if you have an alternative route that you can use, please do.
Mama B lives in the eastern region. Okay. All right, let's get to it.
Certified. Well, let's get to our Drive Safe campaign brought to us by Joy News and the Multimedia Group, supported by Toyota Superior Quality. Avoid all distractions. Keep both eyes on the road and hands on the steering wheel. Be visible. Drive with your lights on at night. That's how to drive safe.
All right, let's learn how to say it right now. It's brought to us by Kingdom Books. And you know, at Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks. And Societe Generale Bank Ghana, the future is always you.
Something must be done.
You say either, I say either.
Today, I would like us to learn about words that sound alike, are often mistaken for each other, but have wildly different meanings. I present to you fiscal and physical. These are two completely different words that only sound alike. Let's start with fiscal. F-I-S-C-A-L. Fiscal. It's an adjective that describes anything to do with government revenue or taxes. Now, fiscal sounds very much like physical, but the two are not the same. P-H-Y-S-I-C-A-L. Physical. It's also an adjective, but it describes things that are perceived through the senses as opposed to things perceived in the mind. Fiscal and physical. See? The two words are not even slightly related, not even distant step nibblings. So we don't say fiscal fitness, we say physical fitness. And please, it's not physical policy, it's fiscal policy. That is how you say it right. Oh, P.S., did you hear me say step nibblings? Well, nibblings is the collective noun for nephews and nieces. See? A little bonus there for you. You're welcome. All right, then let's get to it. The news review now brought to us by Syntex Tank, Are You Strong, Are You Tough, and Access Bank, More Than Banking.
Now, on the front page of the Daily Guide this morning, Nana meets majority minority. And the indication was that this was on issues of national concern. But the NDC MPs did not take long in saying, no, we're going to discuss whether or not exemptions should be granted. And we still disagree, even after the meeting. So that is it. Of course, they've released a list, right? A long list of...
I think there were about 42 companies
yes,
or so.
There used to be 44 2 years ago when it was being disputed. One of the issues that started, even at the time, I think even the chairman of the finance committee was not a big cooperative on that. So it became problematic. Now, the other one, extend registration timeline. This is Nana Kwame Bediako telling the Electoral Commission, a huge player in the electoral space ahead of the 2024 election. Nana Kwame Bediako.
We don't have candidates yet, do we?
But he's
we
a
don't
huge
have
player.
certified candidates.
Raymond didn't say candidate.
No. I'm just asking a question.
Okay.
I just want a bit of clarity. That's all.
Okay, so that's on the front page. 2 Togolese arrested for voter fraud. That's also on the front page of the. I've said this thing. We call our own people Togolese when it comes to elections. The next day, when you need them to go and work in your house, we forget that they are Togolese. Sometimes we even forget that they are our own family members anyway. And it's happening somewhere in Hohoi too. Those who are challenging, you come and see family members are challenging family members their own eligibility to register in an election because of election. Your own family, your own family
can attest to that.
Your own family, they can look in your face and say, no, you are not from here. Anyway, the other one is Ochihne launches 25th anniversary, and that's also on the front page of the Daily Guide. Yeah.
All right, let's review the Economy Times. On the front page, it says Ghana cedi to rebound. BOG likely to hold policy rate. Ghana awaits $200 million from ECOWAS Bank. But if you move to page 2, it says the total volume of mobile money transaction has dipped slightly for the first quarter of 2024, and according to figures from the Bank of Ghana, total volume transaction recorded was 1.86 billion, representing a drop of 1.7%. And then the Minority Caucus in Parliament has raised concerns over the government's recent borrowing of 7 billion Ghana cedis from the Treasury bills market to cover expenses outside its budgetary allocation. So spending beyond the budget, worsening city woes, and likely to derail IMF program. That's all according to the Minority.
Well, then you find out for this morning, halt sale of SNIT hotels to Brian Achampong, according to the TUC that has a representative on the SNIT board.
Representatives.
Yes, that's the TUC. What happened? Anyway, we'll talk about that shortly. Ghost Chop 2.8 million, while OSP controller saved 34.2 million. So as that story we're talking about.
But where's the corresponding prosecutions?
Good question.
Did we find the ghost?
Good question.
Well, I mean, when they followed the money, who did it lead to? Right?
Yes, it will lead to somebody. So definitely they would know what to do. You can make a difference in 7 months. President tells new ministers and deputies. And Upper West Regional House of Chiefs touts Baumia's honesty and transparency. These are stories in the new Finder.
All right, then. Now, listen, before we go online, let's deal a little bit with this SNIT situation. It's in all the papers. I want us to hear precisely what the TUC and others have had to say about this. Let's listen.
These funds are not government funds. These funds are pension funds. And pensions are guarded by the Act 766. We have investment guidelines under Act 766. And clearly, these guidelines have not been followed. Government should be aware that we will not allow them to play chaskele with our funds. Should they dare go ahead, it will be the mother of all strikes in Ghana. But outline our issues in our statement. We don't agree with that assertion. We think proper due diligence was not done. And we, as the major stakeholders for pension funds, we must not sit idle. And I repeat, our pension funds are used for chaskele. We will not allow it. We are not happy with the due diligence that was done. And that's why we are calling that it should be cancelled immediately.
We find it difficult to understand why the original proposer of the sale of SNIT's interest in 6 hotels has now reduced to 4. We hold a view that this renders the whole process null and void. And 3, we find it difficult to understand why the proposed payment terms varied from the original MOU based on the recommendations of the transaction advisor. We also find it difficult to understand why SNIT's interest in these hotels should be sold to a company owned by a minister of state. We do not think that this is right. The process was flawed. Our reps on SNIT board were very clear in their demand that for a number of reasons, the process be halted. But from all indications, it appears the process is going on. And in fact, they are even speeding it up. And we don't think that is right. We do not think that the regulations that guide the sale of state assets were followed. We do not think that the necessary due diligence was done. We cannot imagine that state properties will be sold to a minister of state. For us, it smacks of state capture, and that should be stopped, and stopped immediately. And if the Minister for Pensions, who is also Minister for Employment and Labour Relations, fail to stop SNIT, we workers of Ghana, we own the funds. We will stop that process.
So, unequivocal, quite clear in their minds that this will not proceed on their watch. Can they stop it, and should they stop it? If indeed SNIT needs to do these transactions, then is it even in their own interest to stop it?
The evidence has not been submitted by SNIT that without these transactions, they will not pay pensions tomorrow. I recall.
In fact, forgive me, I need to state this, that we have actually made all efforts to get SNIT to join this conversation.
Okay.
So far, they have declined. Please continue.
I recall when John Nkrumah came in, there were questions raised about SNIT and its investment style and all of that. The key answer he said is that don't worry. So far as I pay your pensions, so far as the scheme is in good health, you don't have a difficulty at all. So do not worry so much about what we have invested in and not invested in. No matter what happens, your pensions will be paid. Tomorrow, there has not been any indication from SNIT today, and most recently they defended their ability to pay pensions and the things that would affect their inability to pay pensions going into the future.
When that ILO...
Yes, they have defended it. We all heard it. But there are very substantive issues that have been raised. And beyond the strike things that they've been talking about, Labour says the process is flawed. Is it true? Labour insists that they cannot understand how this should be happening because to them it constitutes state capture, and that's a big word. State capture was used some very long time ago to describe how, and in the early days when the Soviet Union collapsed, there was thinking that a new breed of capitalists indirect capitalists were taking over, whose business was to share loot, take everything they can get and share it among themselves in ways that they want. And it became a big issue. Then it went on. In fact, some African political scientists had written about how when Africa was transitioning from independence into a new continent with independence movements all across, a group also came up. They may not be in government, or they may be in government, maybe affiliates of government, but their biggest role was to share what belongs to the state. In the Republic of Ghana, we always talk about how Nkrumah left 350 or more of those factories and all of the other institutions. If you put them together, we have joint ventures, we have state-owned enterprises, and we have enterprises with state interest. Hope you get what I'm trying to say. So these are the three, and they are now under SIGA now. The argument then was that we deliberately run them down so that we can sell them cheaply to people to revive within months or days. Things that could have been done, things that could have been easily done. But for that, what explains the Labadi versus Lapam problem? Similar vicinity, basically doing similar things. Within a period, one runs down almost to nothing. The other still sitting there. In fact, in glorious days that every year they tell you that we are paying dividend. So that theory has also been propounded. It is the reason why one of the things that any government official would not want to do or even attempt to do elsewhere, immediately they get into government, their businesses are very far away from anything government. The arm's length, because the scrutiny that's required to go through. But we know this is the Republic of Ghana. Labour is concerned. They believe that the process in selecting Rock City had major faults, which ordinarily, if it was being done by a private company, would have been identified and corrected, because it is the interest of the company to be operating. But this one, we have known our state and the people who operate for it to operate first in their interest before the state. So that is why these questions are legitimate, because ordinarily one would have believed that regular process would have been followed and that the right things would have been done. But this is the Republic of Ghana, where merely because, and if you want to test it properly, if Brother Champon or his company had applied or was interested in this same set of hotels, and we know he's acquiring more. We know of the one in Kumasi Catering House, and so many dotted across the country. In the Western region, there are elements like that. No difficulty with expanding your scope. But the test would have been, if this were to be under a different government, the process, the pace, the action, and final deliverables, would they have been the same? Yes. Would they have been the same? Is the reason why I do not, in fact, to test it properly, you can put it on hold. There's no urgency in this matter. At least we know that for sure. There is no, I mean, listen, we have not cared about finding investors. We are now finding investor for Saglemi. Nobody complained about the waste for almost 7 good years. We know that, right? We did not care about whether when we leave the buildings there. Yes.
Like 2017, 2018.
Yes. Why? Saglemi, the process began a long time ago. They even first were citing court cases, but it appears that's no longer an issue for us to be citing it, to be using not to get a strategic investor for it. We know that term comes with we basically sharing among cronies. That is where the difficulty is. And that is what we should be able to fix. We should be able to guarantee the people. And I agree, most of us sitting here, we can even cry and go on demonstrations. I think it is labor that has the numbers, that has the ability and the propensity to halt government operations. Is the reason why it's an important part of this discussion.
Yeah.
Until Labour started making noise about pension funds, the other noises about pension funds were seen as nothing. And it was halted, not being part of the initial domestic debt exchange. So we will come to the actual details. Maybe tomorrow, SNIT will be saying that, no, I don't even care about what you are saying. Let me open up every element of this. Every part of the deal, we are putting it out there. Let's see. It is that sunshine that will convince some of us that the right thing is being done.
So that's the thing that I wanted to say, that SNIT, beyond the 19th of May release, the statement that it released, SNIT can't stay away from this, because it looks like there's some sort of secrecy, there's some sort of suspicion of potential conflict of interests. And we will need SNIT to come clear on the states of these hotels. Because from where some of us sit, you can't compare the Golden Beach hotels. When I say the Golden Beach hotels, I'm sure you guys know. The Buzia, the Elmina, the La Palm, to Labadi Beach Hotel, for instance. So we have to see the figures. We have to understand what they mean when they say that they need strategic investors for all these hotels, because some of us do not believe that they are all in the same soup. They are suffering from the same thing. I learned yesterday that SNIT, for instance, is paying the electricity bills for La Palm. I am not sure SNIT is doing the same for Labadi Beach Hotel. And Labour, I appreciate Labour's efforts, right? But I just cannot forgive the fact that they have reps on the board and they seem to be always reacting. I mean, so if this had not gone public, if SNIT had not issued a statement, if they had not confirmed that they had given 60% of the stake in these hotels to Rock City, for instance, would they have organized the press conference yesterday? Why is Labour doing that when they are so strong? We need them to come out before things go beyond the board.
Raymond, you made a point about whether or not SNIT needs that money, and you reference John Ofori-Tinkrine, doctor, who at the time was Director General of SNIT. SNIT doesn't need our money. And what I mean, SNIT doesn't need money from the sales of these hotels. In fact, they need profits from the sale of the hotels. They need profits from the running of the hotels. Profits, dividends from the running of the hotels, and not income from the sale of the hotel. I have said it here that SNIT is an official Ponzi scheme. And so we are paying for the others to be paid.
Maybe you say legitimized Ponzi.
Oh no, I mean those who are involved in the actuarial sciences and pensions management, they know how these things work. I mean, when all of us are paying insurance, we know that we're paying, then eventually this will happen. Now, this is what actually surprises me. Because not long ago when the ILO report indicated, actuarial analysis indicated that, if nothing was done, SNIT faced a collapse by 2035. What did they tell us? They told us not to worry and that we will be fine.
They are rock solid.
And I believed it. So let me move to the next point of my argument. Mama V makes a point about we need to distinguish between the Golden Beach hotels and others. True, Labadi Beach Hotel paid dividends to SNIT, 25 million. We talked about it yesterday. But Labadi Beach Hotel, until recently, had a management contract with Legacy Group. Legacy Group was managing Labadi Beach Hotel. That's their expertise. In fact, the much touted Chef Gary, the late Chef Gary, was brought into this country by the Legacy Group when they took over the management. And it was a decision that was taken by SNIT years ago. In building the Golden Beach hotels, SNIT built these hotels to be conference hotels. And that's why some of them have the largest conference facilities in this country. So, they decided that these hotels, for instance, La Palm Royal Beach, you know that years ago there was a Saudi investor willing to buy La Palm Royal Beach and the Trade Fair Center. His plan was that he was going to link the two.
Okay.
The government at the time said, we are not going to sell. Because and so this was around 2015 thereabout. The government said, we will not sell because La Palm was built with pensioners' fund. And at all costs, we must let La Palm run profitably so that we can get something to pay these pensioners. And this is where my problem stems from. So SNIT is selling shares. If Mamavi, what you're saying is anything to go by, when a hotel is struggling, when a facility is struggling, what you do is to get investment into the facility and not for you to sell shares and walk away and say somebody should come and take over. So if somebody comes to take over, that person can manage it and manage it properly. You might as well, get a manager who can manage it properly. Take it away from the situation where government comes into office. All they do is to appoint people to go and manage these facilities, run them down.
Whether they can or cannot manage
it. And this is the other point. So look, SNIT is selling its shares. If SNIT really wants these hotels to thrive, as they want us to believe, if it's a problem, what you do is to actually engage in what you call share subscription. So you invite people and say, you know what, we're floating new shares.
Invite labor.
Come and buy. When they buy new shares, automatically the shares of SNIT would reduce. The percentage shares of SNIT, or the controlling stake of SNIT will reduce. But unlike a share sale, where it actually goes to the shareholder, in this case SNIT, in a share subscription, it goes into the company. So you're giving the company more funds for the company to run. But this is what actually surprises me. No, see, all of this, we have seen hotels in this country, remember Mamavi, that were sold and subsequently the person who bought the hotel.
Why remind them, Mamavi?
You are here, don't worry. Because I see them. I couldn't see you at the time. But the person who bought the hotel converted part of the hotel land into apartments in this country called Ghana. I'm not going to mention names of hotels, but for those who know, they know. Government hotels that were sold and people have converted parts into, and currently there's a dispute, over land around another hotel in this country where people just want to go and build apartments. Now, has anybody taken notice of the huge land at La Palm Beach Hotel? From the Ghana village, for instance, to the cap. You see that huge land overlooking the sea?
Yeah. Somebody even wanted to build apartments.
In fact, there are those who believe that all of this is not only SNIT to sell and say we need money, but it's also to grab the land. But this is the point.
To take state out.
That's a beautiful beachfront too.
SNIT, government pays billions of Ghana cedis to SNIT annually in pensions. Budgeted. It is here. Government owes SNIT, not in doubt. SNIT must take its money from government. SNIT must engage in prudent investment. Let me tell you one thing that will shock you. You know, in West Africa here, there's a lack of hospitality training centers.
I think we have to come back to this, okay? It's time for the BBC News. We will come back to this right after.
Mangrove swamps. The shade from the trees is vital for the cockles.
And growing coffee forests.
It's hard work, but we love to do it, and we're very excited to doing it.
That's all coming up on People Fixing the World right after the BBC News.
Hello, I'm David Harper with the BBC News. 9 Egyptian men have gone on trial in Greece accused of causing the biggest migrant shipwreck in the Mediterranean for a decade. Rights groups have raised concerns over the case. The controversy centres on why the boat sank. Survivors have said it went down after a failed attempt by the Greek Coast Guard to tow it. Nick Beek reports.
The 9 men on trial face life in prison if convicted of people smuggling and causing a shipwreck. The Greek prosecution's case directly contradicts the Greek Coast Guard's highly contentious claim from last summer that the boat was safe and so not in need of rescue. At least 6 survivors have since told the BBC the Coast Guard themselves capsized the boat in a botched effort to tow it. The Greek Coast Guard has repeatedly denied that it caused the migrant boat to sink, interfered with witnesses, or attempted a cover-up.
An investigation by leading international news organisations has found that the European Union is financing operations by North African governments to detain thousands of migrants and dump them in remote areas. The reports say EU funds were used to train units involved in Tunisia, Morocco and Mauritania. The European Commission has previously denied sponsoring the mistreatment of migrants in North Africa. 3 days of funeral ceremonies for the late Iranian President Ebrahim Raisi have begun with a procession in the city of Tabriz. His body will then be moved first to Qum, then Tehran. He'll be buried in his hometown of Mashhad on Thursday. The BBC's Persian special correspondent Kasra Naji is following the story.
Today is the informal, if you like, ceremony, but the big funeral is scheduled for tomorrow in Tehran, the capital, and we are expecting Iran's supreme leader to be there. For today, this is basically Iranian officials, Iranian regime trying to sort of give the eighth a proper send-off ceremony, but at the same time rally people around the regime, use that emotions that the death of these 8 people have generated.
The first of 2 Australian military planes has landed in New Caledonia to evacuate citizens stranded by violent unrest in the French Pacific Territory. New Zealand has sent another. There's been a week of rioting sparked by electoral changes that are opposed by Indigenous Kanak separatists. Katie Watson reports.
The French High Commission says that on Thursday it will reassess a decision to open the airport. In the meantime, France has flown in more than 1,000 extra police to boost security in the French overseas territory. More officers are on their way. The French High Commission has also said it's trying to take back control of the road from the capital Nouméa to the airport, but the Australian government has issued travel advice warning that the route is not yet safe. Since unrest began last week, 4 civilians have been killed and 2 police officers.
World News from the BBC. The alleged ringleaders of a far-right plot to overthrow the German government are due to go on trial in Frankfurt today. The suspects have been linked to the so-called Reichsbürger movement that rejects the post-war German state. The trial is the highest profile of 3 linked to what investigators say was a plan to enter Parliament, arrest MPs and violently establish a new order nationwide. Commercial flights have resumed at Haiti's international airport nearly 3 months after it was closed due to the gang-related violence racking the country. A single Sunrise Airways flight left the capital Port-au-Prince for Miami, Florida. More flights are expected later in the week. Authorities in Japan have blocked a popular view of Mount Fuji after local residents were driven to distraction by the overabundance of snap-happy tourists. A big black barrier was erected on Tuesday near a supermarket to obscure views of the famous landmark. Our Tokyo correspondent Shaima Khalil sent this report.
Lawson is one of Japan's most ubiquitous shops, and here in the town of Fuji Kawaguchiko, it's a hugely popular vantage point for pictures of Mount Fuji. But the view is now shielded by a black mesh screen measuring 22 yards long, after locals complained of tourists littering and disrupting traffic. It's a symptom of a surge of tourism in Japan. The screen is seen as a desperate move, with some questioning whether picture-happy tourists will simply find a way around it to get their Instagrammable shot.
Donald Trump's Truth social media account has posted a video containing a reference to a unified Reich if he regains the White House in November. Reich, the German for empire, is commonly used to reference the Nazi Third Reich led by Adolf Hitler. Mr. Trump's campaign team said a staff member failed to spot the reference before a video was released. A spokesman for the Biden presidential campaign team said the video showed Mr. Trump's own dictatorial intentions if he were to become president again. And that's the latest BBC News.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Good energy hits the road with exciting choices to energize your ride, giving you more options to take you further. Watch this space for your choice.
Goil, yeah.
What name brightens the streets, homes, and businesses of Ghana? What company has been providing world-class backup power to Ghanaians for 30 years?
G&J Technical Services.
Final answer?
Yes, G&J, final answer.
Correct.
G&J is celebrating 30 years of providing backup power in Ghana. As the largest supplier of world-class generators in the country, we have been the backbone of Ghana's alternative power industry by delivering the best sales, maintenance, and after-sales solutions the nation has ever seen. We've done it for 30 years, and we promise that the future will be even brighter. Reach us in Accra on 030-268-9178 or 9179 and 020-222-2204 all the way to 2220. And in Kumasi on 020-222-236 or 020-222-2220.
When the pain is too much, don't know what else to do. So rapping all, will take the pain away. Rapping all,
Rapinol is what you need. Rapinol will relieve you of all aches and pain in your body. Rheumatic pain, menstrual pain, body pain, toothaches, and other feverish conditions. Rapinol is a quality product from Danex Itin Starwin PLC. If symptoms persist after 48 hours, consult a physician. Not suitable for children below 16 years old, asthmatic, and ulcer patients. This advert is FDA approved.
Do you need a car for a day, a week, or longer? Look no further. Avis Rent-A-Car Ghana has got you covered, catering to your every need. Whether it's self-drive or chauffeur-driven, we ensure your journey is filled with comfort and style. Choose from our range of sedans, SUVs, mini SUVs, vans, and buses available to suit your business or planning need. With Avis, your journey knows no bounds. We travel anywhere in Ghana, Benin, Togo, and Cote d'Ivoire. Our prices start from as low as 600 Ghana cedis a day. T&Cs apply. Call us now on 0302 761 751 or email rentacar@avisghana.com. Visit our website avisghana.com. Avis Rent-A-Car. Plan on us.
I am Wahinere Gifty Auntie. You see, it always feels good when you receive that salary alert. I made a bold decision to invest a lump sum into the Old Mutual Retirement Salary Plan, and this means that I will get these alerts every month throughout retirement for the rest of my life. You too can retire on your own terms. Invest a lump sum in the Old Mutual Retirement Salary Plan today and receive a monthly income for the perfect retirement. Call Old Mutual on 050-453-4333 or visit www.oldmutual.com.gh to sign up today. Obrapa Ahotongwa.
Old Mutual. Do great things every day.
Hello there. Are you interested in pursuing a career in the airline industry? Then I have great news for you. Travelex Group Limited is giving you the opportunity to get trained in IATA's travel and tourism courses, as well as other aviation-related professional courses. The modules equip you for diverse corporate fields as well. Training period is 6 months for most courses. Schedules are flexible. 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. for the morning session and 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. for the evening session. Payment plans are also available. Certificate and internationally recognized diplomas are received after successfully going through the program. The Travelex Group is in its 32nd year celebration and is giving out great discounts. So hurry and visit our new office at Cargo Door Airport behind the KLM office. Email us at travelexgrouplimited@gmail.com or call us on 024-656-7898 or 020-813-9985 or 026-688-8000.
You worked hard for your money, and DSTV gives you a whole lot more for a lot less than you think. Instead of one takeout dinner, how about treating the family to a whole month of the best entertainment with DSTV? From thrilling sports, blockbusters, captivating series, to entertaining kid shows, we have it all.
Totally awesome.
And with DSTV Stream, you can watch on the go.
I'm here.
Plus, you can choose a package to suit your pocket. There's a whole lot more to enjoy for a lot less than you think with DSTV.
Coffee in your cup. Enjoy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the
thanks to Fidelity Bank, believe with us, and Old Mutual, 10 years of greatness in Ghana, here for a lifetime. Now, just before we get on with things, look, the conversation today is about SNIT selling 60% of 4 separate hotels to a company, Rock City Hotels, owned by Brian Achampong, who happens to be the Agric Minister at the moment. Lots of questions raised. Samuel Kujeto Ablakwa has filed a petition with Shraj. We'll be finding out what is in that petition. Also, we want to know why SNIT believes that this deal is even necessary. We've been making several attempts to speak to SNIT. So far, they've declined. They have not joined this conversation. We'll see how that unfolds. But there's lots to do. Let's get on with it.
Yes, and in getting on with this, let's have the UPSA Law School Point of Law series first.
All right. Okay, so we'll come back to this, I guess, or should I? All right, the UPSA Law School Point of Law series today is from an unreported case, Seth Kofi Nyamadi versus Henry Kwesi Quality and Land Title Registry says, where a buyer of land fails to conduct due diligence on the land and it turns out that there is any defect on the title of his seller, the buyer will be deemed to have known of that defect and will not be protected by the law. That's our UPSA Law School Point of Law series today.
And so before we went for the BBC News, I was making a point. Let me conclude on that point. It's very, very important. So I was telling you that when it comes to the Elmina Beach Resort, the University of Cape Coast, through its tourism department, actually wanted to establish a school in hospitality management, because in this part of our world, we don't have a tourism training school. Nigeria has one, but then West Africa lacks these schools. And so they were in discussion with SNIT. They had submitted all the proposals, and it was really going to help, because this is the point. The Elmina Beach Resort, the land was, some of the poets would say, the sea was eating their land. Okay? So they needed to actually do something. And because it was affecting its operations, they said, why not establish a hospitality center that will go a long way in one, transforming its education and even bringing revenue to SNIT. What happened? That was not followed. The next moment, we're selling 60%. And as I've already indicated, if you think the hotels are not doing well, what you do is to engage in a share subscription, not use SNIT, selling shares, taking the money for who to come and manage. So if that is the case, then it's better you go for a management contract, which we saw with Labadi Beach Hotel. The Legacy Group came in, and today we're trumpeting the achievements of Labadi Beach Hotel.
Yeah. We need to talk more about this. There's a lot more to share, so stay with us. That's really the meat of our conversation. We will be joined by Samuel Kujeto Ablakwa himself. He will tell us what's in that petition and why he thinks this deal stinks. We'll get responses as well. Stay tuned.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy, joy, joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show. And Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS, is now live at Fidelity Bank. Imagine sending money to your loved ones or business partners across Africa instantly and in Ghana cities. Don't wait for days for transactions to clear. No more expensive fees, just fast, secure, and affordable payments. PAPS is here, and Fidelity Bank makes sending money through PAPS easy. With Fidelity Bank, visit any Fidelity Bank branch and start sending money across Africa instantly to Nigeria, Gambia, Liberia, Guinea, and Sierra Leone. Fidelity Bank, believe with us.
Now, Toyota users, get ready for a revolution. If you want your Toyota engine to function optimally, then there's only one choice: the Toyota Genuine Motor Oil. The Toyota Genuine Motor Oil has been rigorously tested and proven to be the best oil for your Toyota engine, specially crafted to keep your engine running smoothly and efficiently. The Toyota Genuine Oil is available at all Toyota Ghana branches across the country. Nothing makes your engine happier than Toyota Genuine Motor Oil. For bulk purchases or distribution, please contact Toyota Ghana on 0302 429 801. Toyota Ghana is very proud to be associated with our Drive Safe safety tips here on the Super Morning Show. Toyota, superior quality.
And you know, in today's competitive business landscape, a healthy workforce is the foundation of success. Well, that's why we have designed our corporate health plans to empower your employees and enhance organizations' performance. With Equity Health Insurance, you're not just investing in insurance, you're investing in the future of your company. Our plans are tailored to meet the unique needs of your employees, providing comprehensive coverage and incomparable benefits. Our commitment goes beyond paperwork and premium. So at Equity Health Insurance, we stay with you all the way. Call Equity Health Insurance on 0501 515 124 or 0506 607 910 and let them serve you better. Equity Health Insurance, here for you.
Guys, why do companies sponsor events? Because they want their brand to be associated with the event. Right?
Exactly.
Yes, they want, whenever people talk about that event, to talk about their brand as well.
Yeah.
So people want to associate their brands with good things.
Exactly.
And in this country, I mean, all kinds of events get sponsorship. Someone is breaking a world record, you get sponsorship. Dance competition, you get sponsorship. Companies are interested in being associated with great events. Well, I've got to say, there isn't an event greater, more righteous and absolutely honorable than the Joy News Impact Makers Award.
Sure, I agree with you.
This is the only award scheme that is going out to look for people who nobody told them to come out and help. Nobody told them to make a difference. They just decided that it had to be done. And they've made massive impact in their societies. In some cases, they've saved lives. They've saved families. They've saved people's businesses. They have saved natural resources. They've done amazing things without anybody asking them to. I mean, there are no better Ghanaians than these.
Mm-hmm.
And Joy News has decided to recognize these people with the Impact Makers Awards. And in 2024, we're doing it bigger than ever before. So, to be perfectly honest, I think the companies that have decided to sponsor are the smartest companies in this country. Of course, Magdan Shipping, Building a Better Community, Magdan Foundation, forgive me, Building a Better Community is one of those organizations. So is First National Bank. How can we help you? Gold Key Properties, building prestige since 1997. And DBS Industries Limited. We truly are your roof experts. Now, the next time we read this list, your company should be on it.
Exactly. They must be part of this.
Yeah. All right, so listen, we'll be giving you the dates of this event. It's coming up very, very soon, but it's just to put the spotlight on those steadfast warriors who are remolding the destiny of our communities and our nation. The Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impact. Joy News, independent, fearless, credible.
Kojo, which bank in Ghana is always at your service?
Oh, Omni Basic.
Which bank is ready to assist you with their 24-hour state-of-the-art contact center?
Omni Wanjade
Basic.
Thank you.
Which bank is Ghana's fastest growing corporate bank and Bank of the Year 2023? Raymond?
Omni
Basic.
Basic. Great. At Omni Basic Bank, we're always at your service. So call us on 0307 086 or 0302 758 555 or 0800 100 790 toll free, or visit any of our branches nationwide to open an Omni Basic Bank account today and enjoy exceptional customer service. Omni Basic Bank, at your service.
Now, Kingdom Books and Stationery
Don't worry,
Limited.
we'll get you a visa there. We'll get you a visa.
Yeah. No problem. No problem. I have no problems at all. Yes. Now, Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited is your #1 supplier of office essentials, equipment, and also furniture at affordable prices. Has introduced an online store for your shopping convenience. This means you can now shop by simply logging on to kingdomstoreonline.com without physically coming to any of our branches. It is hassle-free. We will arrange delivery to your homes and offices within reasonable time. We offer free delivery within Accra and Tema and accept payment via Momo across all networks. Terms and conditions, however, apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
And you know, a poorly maintained car engine can age faster. We don't want that for your car engine. That's why Total Energy specially formulated the Quartz engine oil with age resistance technology. It's an innovation that ensures optimal performance for your engine, and it improves protection against mechanical wear by up to 74%, even under extreme temperatures and pressure. So, choosing Quartz from Total Energies is choosing the engine oil that keeps your engine running efficiently and effectively. So when you make a stop at Total Energies, please ask them to give you Quartz and keep your engine younger for longer.
All right, now when you eat, food and sugars get trapped between your teeth, and that causes tooth decay, gum disease, and foul breath sometimes. So you need to brush your teeth twice a day with Pepsodent Cavity Fighter. That will protect your teeth, make them 10 times stronger. Now, Pepsodent Cavity Fighter is fortified with pro-fluoride and microcalcium ingredients, which will seal the tiny and invisible holes in your teeth. That prevents cavities, keeps your teeth strong and your mouth healthy. So that you can get them in 175 grams, the big family pack, 120 gram Ejakwa pack, 65 gram and 12 gram sachets, and then of course that means whatever you can afford you can get. So don't just use toothpaste that brushes your teeth. Use Pepsodent that protects your teeth. Always remember to brush your teeth in the morning and before you sleep at night. And Pepsodent has been telling us this for 25 years now. They are recommended by the Ghana Dental Association, and you can talk to a dentist for free when you call 0800 161 000. You can get it at any shop near you, and their customer care center is on 0800 2000 30. Another toll-free number. Pepsodent. Every smile matters.
And so to the businessman, trader, and parent sending money to loved ones and business partners, thanks to Access Bank and PAP's partnership, you can now send money across border hassle-free. Now you can send money to pay for goods and services, make business transactions, and cover school fees across Africa without worrying about foreign exchange losses or delays. It's straightforward, secure, and keeps your mind at ease. Benefit from instant payments across Nigeria, Liberia, Gambia, Guinea, and Sierra Leone with zero foreign exchange hassle. When you send money in cedis, it will now be received in any other currency by the recipient. For more information, visit our website, ghana.accessbankplc.com, or call our toll-free 0800 00 4400. For all your cross-border payments, visit any of our branches and PAPS it with Access Bank. Access Bank, more than banking.
All right, now G&J, your reliable alternative backup power solutions provider, is 30 years old, and they want to thank all of you for being part of this journey. Now, as they embrace the future with higher hopes and brighter hopes, they look forward to providing you with the best backup power service to your homes, your offices, your churches, and more. Now, they are still the largest backup power supplier in the country, and with their 24-hour service delivery, they're poised to give you the best brands in backup power and after-sales service. You can find them in Accra on the Mortuary Road to Kolebu, or you can call them on 0302 689 178. They're in Kumasi as well. All right, then, peeps, it's time for us to get on with it, and we've got birthdays and sports coming up after these.
Can you hear it? The freedom in our songs, the sound of liberty that rings from Kaswa to Karaga, from Tamale to Takoradi. It's in the pestles that pound from coast to coast. It's in the busy offices, the crowded streets, and the noisy schools. It's in the wisdom of our elders and in the laughter of our children. It's in seeing how far we've come and looking at how much we can grow. It's in knowing that still Ghana go be. MTN.
Imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. Picture your rooftop transformed into a solar sanctuary, radiating with eco-friendly vibes and city-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more. With Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. And guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right, we are not just offering loans, we are offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a shout on any of the following phone lines: 050-153-5789, 050-153-5790, 0244-674154. Let's chart a course for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dreams shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered, here for good.
This is what it has come to, the moment that defines a season. It's the finale, and I want it all. I want all the goals and the drama. I want Pep and Klopp racing for the top. I want the biggest stars shining on Champions League nights. I want the fairy tale stories and the glory. I want the passion of Serie A. I want the flair of La Liga. I want the Premier League. I want the football finals. I want it all. Reconnect to catch every match live on DSTV.
So that you people, one day, I'll open the mic when you are
SMS break.
something.
SMS break. Yesterday we're talking football.
We're talking football. Mavi, why? House of Folk won their game or what?
We lost. Kotoko, you also lost.
Oh, Mama V, the question is House of Folk.
Hey.
Why are you doing Ghanaian politicians' lifestyle?
Honorable members, please. Why?
I asked you whether House of Folk won. Then Kotoko also lost.
Have you seen our new office, the House of Folk office?
You have to catch the speaker's eye before you start.
Honorable Speaker, right Honorable Speaker.
Permission denied. Birthday messages on the Super Morning Show are brought to you by MTN. Everywhere you go. And Bank of Africa, the African bank with global reach. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group,
as close as a partner.
Now, Mama B, that is how you defend your friend. Okay? Did you see what I just did for you?
There's a suggestion.
Did you see that?
Oh, thank you. I wasn't losing.
When it comes to Barracuda, defend my back.
Samum,
defend Barracuda.
They say the man's help was needless.
No, I appreciate.
She wasn't losing.
I was in a strong position.
Kojo, let's do a belated happy birthday wish.
Let's do it.
Belated happy birthday to Nana Kwekubo Donko of the Audit Department and Josephine de Graft Johnson of the Tax and Regulatory Department, Richard Wiafi and Richard Kofi Nuoko of the Consulting Department at Deloitte. From your country managing partner, Daniel Kojo Usu and all staff. Charles Nixon Yeboah.
We need some banker's draft or something.
Charles Nixon Yeboah, good morning.
Deloitte, you owe us.
You know, Nixon basically every day has a birthday wish.
But let me say good morning, especially good morning to the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Mahmoud Bami. I know he's listening on his way to Accra.
I see.
Good morning to you.
Chama. People will say CD, but I don't want to say it. They say the CD has done something. People are,
No.
Chama.
We're just saying that.
The CD will rebound.
Dr. Digitalization.
No, we're just saying comment small.
No, come and fix the thing small.
You know what? As I was driving to work today, I saw the pumps 14 something. It's as if the CD. The dollar, right?
Yeah.
And the fuel, the prices are the same.
So let me ask you this. If you are in a car, public transport, and you want the driver to move faster because you are late, do you tell the driver or the mate? Okay, so where were we?
You can
belated birthdays, right? Belated birthdays. So belated happy birthday to Mabel Simpson of M. Sims. Her birthday was on Sunday.
Yeah.
She turned 40. Yeah, it's a big one. Happy birthday to you, Mabel. belatedly. Okay, I've got a few others. I'll start with this one. Happy birthday to Hajia Samira Abdullahi of ADB head office. It's from your husband Razak, who is at Bank of Ghana. Now, you guys, you remember Sami Edubuache? He spoke to us about the Konfanoche Teaching Hospital Tumfuo project.
Yes.
Yeah.
Konfanoche project.
Yes, his wife is celebrating her birthday. She is Cynthia Edubuache. She works at MTN. She's the branch head at the mall. I don't know whether that's Kumasi Mall or Accra Mall, but she's the branch head.
Could be
at, the mall.
Okay.
Yeah, the mall.
Yeah.
You're done? All right. Happy birthday to Emanuela Plange of Nestle Central West Africa region. God bless you. It's from our friend Michael Odonko to you.
That's lovely. All right, then. Shall we get on with it? The Joy Sports Center is brought to you by
MTN.
Everywhere you go, Standard Chartered Bank, here for good. DSTV, it's your moment. And Cowbell Premium Milk, Cowbell,
our creamy goodness. And could your late entry is the birthday of our own Dr. Theo Champong.
Oh,
yes.
Wow.
He turns 42.
Yeah, he turns 40 today. So, Dr. Theo Champong, happy birthday to you.
Very young man. Yes.
Anyway, Cowbell thinks about you. Yes, you. And today, I come bearing good news. Cowbell is offering continuous nourishment that is creamy and tasty. It comes in 2 new variants, Cowbell Premium and Cowbell Vita Rich. But today, I tell you about Cowbell Premium. It's a nutritious milk containing essential minerals and vitamins, including vitamin A, B9, C, D, E, K. In addition, Cowbell Premium is unique mainly because of its rich, creamy taste and 23.6% protein content. It offers more in its single serve pack at 26 gram and is also available in 360 gram and 400 gram. In search of an accompaniment to complement your beverage or porridge with that rich, creamy taste and value for money, Cowbell Premium is an option. Stay tuned to hear about our additional exciting offer, Cowbell Vita Rich. Ghana, there's a Cowbell for you. Cowbell, our creamy goodness, and this is FDA approved.
Now, so folks, imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. I mean, picture your rooftop transformed into a solar sanctuary, radiating with eco-friendly vibes and city-saving brilliance. The Doomsword now it is becoming something else.
Last night it went off.
There we are in sync.
I told you.
Yeah,
we're on the same line.
Because that, it is becoming some way. Now, okay, well, with Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. And guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right. We're not just offering loans, we're offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. So say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a shout on any of these numbers, right? Friend, you take it down because you are suffering. 050
Stop bullying me.
153 57.
Give me the number.
Yes,
again.
yeah, take this one. 050 153 5790.
Okay.
There's also the 0244 674 154. And let's chart a course for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dreams shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered, here for good.
And Raymond, you know our friend George AEC at Labadi Beach Hotel.
Yes,
it was his birthday on Sunday.
We will not allow them to sell the hotel, don't worry.
It's a belated happy birthday to him.
Yeah.
Not to Raymond. Listen, accessing super reliable healthcare should be the topmost priority for you and your family. That's why Muti, powered by MTN, is giving you just that today for a subscription fee of just 25 cedis a month. Paid on Momo, you can sign on to a health subscription plan that gets you access to unlimited in-store consultations with qualified healthcare professionals and over 160 covered medications and tests at participating pharmacies in the Ablekuma, Sakaman, Dansuman, Mamprobi, and Kaswa townships. My favorite part is that there's a dedicated nurse at the Muti pharmacy who can teleconference a doctor when you need it, so you can access the best consultation services and get this great product. All you have to do is download the Ayoba app and sign up today with your Momo account. Listen, all you have to do is download the Ayoba app and sign up today with your Momo account. Take charge of your health conveniently and affordably. Sign up for Muti, powered by MTN today. Fence, good
yes,
morning.
I am.
Is Man City still celebrating?
Yes.
Oh, they're not tired of it?
Did you see the pictures of Rodri and Jack Grealish leaving the club at 4 a.m. in the morning?
Oh, really?
Look, you don't need to be told. The moment you see their faces, you know they had a good time.
I'm gonna look for that picture. I mean, those guys just simply play, and
you can't blame them.
They're not tired of winning.
They have another game against Man United in the FA Cup final, so there's an opportunity for them to make it a double. But good morning to all of you.
Yes, take over.
Welcome to the Joy Sports Center with me, Fentio Tahiru Fentio. It's 66 days to the start of the Olympic Games. No single Ghanaian boxer has yet qualified. There's a last hurrah in Thailand with the team of 5 boxers arriving there. We'll tell you exactly who is in that contingent and how they can qualify. But let's begin with track and field. Athletics, to be specific. Deborah Aqua says she is shocked. The president of the Ghana Olympic Committee, Ben Mensah, has denied ever promising to support her in treating an Achilles injury. The national women's long jump record holder competed with the injury at the 2022 Commonwealth Games and won bronze in Birmingham. Aqua now says the GOC president promised to help her treat the injury after her success, but that never happened.
We talked about like what I'm going through and stuff like that, you know. So I remember he told me that, if this is what I'm going through, then after the games we can go to Ghana, because I was supposed to go from Birmingham back to the US. Okay. So they had to change my ticket to go to Ghana and then back to the US, so I can get treatment. You know, there's some form of treatment, and if not, then they will probably find something for me to come back and then get the treatment myself. Yeah, so that was the whole thing. That was what happened. So I was so shocked when they said like he didn't promise me or something like that. 'Cause like I won't lie on a great man like that.
That's Deborah Aqua there. Let's hear from Ben Mensah, who has been clarifying what specifically he offered to Deborah Aqua.
When she said she'd been injured, I said yes. After the competition, come to Ghana. It's likely that the winners of those who won medals will meet the president. You need to raise that up. And of course, when we came, I raised it with the minister. I met Deborah, she's been injured. Okay. She came to Ghana, all right. The meeting with the presidency for medal winners never happened. But we made sure that whatever money was due her for winning medal, it was given to her. As to the issue of her injury, I wasn't the one who convinced her to come. She was injured and she's finished the competition. When I met her, I said, yes, you're a national star. When you get injured, we have to make sure, the state has to make sure that they are taking care of you.
That's the Ben Mensah, president for the Ghana Olympic Committee. Meanwhile, president of Ghana Athletics, Ba Fuseni, has urged Deborah Aqua to treat herself.
If I were her, I would have used that part of that money for the Olympics or the Olympic scholarship to also try and see whether I can use it to treat myself. After all, as a professional athlete, you need to also to invest in yourself. I'm being frank here. If I am a professional athlete, I will not wait, or if I get injured for 2-3 years, I will not wait and sit down for somebody to come and help me treat myself. It is the hope on herself to also be able to take care of herself as a professional athlete.
That's Ba Fuseni, the president for Ghana Athletics. He also said in that interview that the association does not have the resources to treat athletes when they get injured on national team duties. Let's talk about boxing now. And 6 members of Ghana's amateur boxing team have arrived in Bangkok, Thailand for a Paris 2024 boxing qualification event. Victor Achutamaklo has more in this report.
Commonwealth and African Games medalist Joseph Kwame has been drafted in to compete in the men's light welterweight division. Featherweight boxer Amadou Mohamed and flyweight boxer Theophilus Papualote are the other members on the team. Henry Maum, a lightweight middleweight boxer, will also be hoping to secure a slot for the games in Paris. Leicester-based Mark Kojovi Anhujo will be joining the team to contest in the super heavyweight division. Onela Sathud will be joining from her base in the United States of America as the only female boxer on the team. So far, no Ghanaian boxer has qualified for the Paris 2024 Olympic Games, despite Ghanaian representation in the 2 previous qualifying tournaments in Senegal last year and in Busto Arsizio, Italy, in February of this year.
That's Victor Achetamaklo's report. Now, the tournament, of course, will run from the 24th of May to the 2nd of June. So it starts this Friday through to the following weekend. With Ghana, of course, hoping to qualify some boxers for this year's Olympic Games. Overall, there will be 51 places available globally, including 23 for women and 28 for men. And that is the last qualification competition for the Olympic Games. And if Team Ghana does not qualify a boxer from there, they will have no boxer competing at the Olympic Games. Let's do football now. House of Folk will face Asante Kotoko this Sunday in Kumasi in the return fixture of the Super Clash. The Phobians will go into the game on the back of a 6th defeat in 8 games following Sunday's 1-0 loss to Ediana Stars at the Accra Sports Stadium. The House of Folk head coach Abubakar Ouattara has vowed to deal with his players for their disastrous display against Ediana.
I can't do anything. I can change 3 players at the distance. I can't do anything. You don't look at all these people. No, I can't say which player play well today. No, we are taking all the photos. I'll deal with them. I don't leave them because I can't accept all these things. Just in 10 days you play good game. You come today to play like that. I don't understand.
That's Abubakar Ouattara there. Now, Ghana's Black Starlets, that's the under-17 team, will be looking to confirm their place in the semi-final of the 2024 WAFU B Under-17 Nations Cup when they take on Benin at 4 p.m. today at the University of Ghana Stadium. The team needs to avoid defeat to book their place in the last 4 as they aim to qualify for the 2025 Under-17 Africa Cup of Nations. They missed out on the last 2 editions, of course. The Black Stars head coach is Lai Kinsing. He says his boys will not be complacent despite their 5-1 win over Cote d'Ivoire in their opening Group A game.
Complacent? I don't think it's in the dictionary. You know, for us, we have respect for everything. Like I said earlier on, the boys want to keep 100% record, so they approach every game with all serious. The Benin game will not be anything different from other games that we've played. We keep 100% record. We're going to start the game well, and then whatever happens, we deal with it. I know it's going to be difficult. When we get it right for the first time, for the first half, first minute, I think it's good. If we have challenges, we'll manage to fight till we get control. So
that's Lyakins in there. The Black Starlets are top of Group A with 3 points from their 1 win against Cote d'Ivoire. The Ivorians themselves then recovered from that to beat Benin 1-0 as well in their second group game. So they also have 3 points in that group. Let's go to England. That's where Liverpool have confirmed the appointment of Feyenoord boss Arne Slot as their new head coach to replace the departing Jurgen Klopp. And he signed a 3-year deal. Klopp, who had been in charge of Liverpool since October 2015, left the club after 9 years in charge. The Dutchman Slot will officially start his Liverpool job on the 1st of June, of course, subject to work permit. Now, elsewhere, Man City midfielder Rodri has attributed the club's triumph over Arsenal in the Premier League title race to their strong mentality. He believes Arsenal's lack of character in their clash at the Etihad gifted City the title.
To be honest, it's in here. It's the mentality. Great players are all over the league, all over the clubs. Arsenal also, they deserve us. They went there, they did an unbelievable season, but I think the difference was in here. When they come here, when they face us here in the Etihad, I saw them, these guys, they don't want to beat us. They just want to draw, you know, and that mentality, I think we wouldn't do it the same way, and we catch it. And at the end, if you give us 1 point, we will win the last 7-8 games, even though how tough it is. So I think it's terms of mentality.
That's the Man City midfielder Rodri there. Now, elsewhere, of course, Arsenal midfielder Declan Rice, he says the Gunners have themselves to blame for missing out on a second successive title, for losing that second successive title to Manchester City.
The last few weeks have been so whirlwind in terms of the emotion, the feelings that we've had, watching other games, playing our games. It's something that I want to experience again, but it's an experience that I'm so grateful that I've had because being in my first title race, it's been so special. Obviously, to not win it today is really gutting. But obviously, we can't rely on other teams to help us out. You know, we have to look back on ourselves in games where we drop points, and that's ultimately where we've lost the league. But look, we'll be back. We're really confident as a group. I think you see the manager, he's got full control of everything, and I'm sure we'll be stronger in the summer.
That, of course, is Declan Rice. And a bit of bad news for Australia as far as the Olympic Games are concerned. Their striker, Sam Kerr, the Chelsea striker, has officially been ruled out of the 2024 Paris Olympic Games as she recovers from an anterior cruciate ligament. The 30-year-old was injured during a Chelsea training camp back in January. And before we go, some good news for CK Akono, the former Black Stars coach. He's embarked on a new chapter in his illustrious career, having been appointed as a technical consultant for youth players development by the Confederation of African Football. In his new role, Akono will contribute his extensive knowledge and experience in nurturing the next generation of African football stars. Remember, he guided Ghana to qualification for the 2021 Africa Cup of Nations, and he will start work by being in Zanzibar for the African Schools Football Championships, which is currently taking place there, with over 800,000 boys and girls under the age of 15 being brought there for a football competition. That's all the latest from the world of sports here on the Joy Sports Centre. My name is Fentio Tahiru Fentio. Back to you, Mama V.
All right, Fentio, we thank you for the Sports Centre. There's plenty of sports on myjoyonline.com/sports. It's the Super Morning Show and our social media messages brought to us by EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa. Mala 2 from NS Chemist, Mala 2 power over malaria, GTP Lifestyle, and Rapinol. When the pain is too much to bear, you know what to do. Grab Rapinol from Danix Iton PLC. Rapinol, the rapid pain reliever. And here's good news from EcoBank. This is the year to stop singing and talking about shopping and enjoying life and just do it. Daryl, just do it. EcoBank has over 1 million cedis worth of cash and prizes in the EcoBank Million Gang promo for you and over 7,000 others across Ghana. So winners will be rewarded bi-weekly and you can be one of them, winning up to 10,000 Ghana cedis. There will also be 3 monthly draws and all you have to do is deposit cash in multiples of 500 Ghana cedis into your EcoBank account at your nearest branch, EcoBank Express points, or via the EcoBank mobile to stand a chance of winning. Other prizes include fuel vouchers, shopping vouchers, airtime, and many more. Promo runs from now till July 31st, 2024. It's your time to chop life. Remember, every 500 Ghana cedis deposit earns you an entry into the EMG draw. A better way to enjoy life, a better way, a better Africa. EcoBank is certainly the Pan-African bank.
More money, challenge and enjoyment.
We not say problem day, but you for chop life. Simply deposit cash in multiples of 500 Ghana cedis into your EcoBank account at your nearest branch, Express Point, or through EcoBank Mobile to win your share of over 1 million cedis in prizes in the EcoBank Million Gang promo, EMG. Be one of over 7,000 people to be rewarded. Hey, my God. Yes, so over 7,000 people go chop soft life from May to July 31, 2024. Be an EcoBank customer or be square. Remember, every 500 Ghana cedi deposit earns you a point for the EcoBank Million Gang today, EMG. Deposit today and win your share of 1.2 million in cash and prizes. A better way to enjoy life. A better way. A better Africa. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
I send them, you get them. I get them, I send them. I get them, I pay them.
Telesale cash.
I get them, I take them.
Telesale cash.
You get them, I send them.
Telesale cash.
I send them, you get them.
Telesale cash.
I get them.
I buy them, I take them.
I pay them, I send them.
Telesale cash. Telecel Cash.
Experience the ultimate convenience of sending money on Telecel Cash. Sending money from Telecel Cash to Telecel Cash is free. You can also make payments to merchants on all networks. Enjoy best value and total security with Telecel Cash.
Telecel. Connecting energies.
From the producers of The Gods Are Not to Blame comes another theatrical marvel.
A deformity. It's a deformity.
In honor of Professor Martin Owusu, dive deep into the heart of Ghanaian theater as Image Bureau, in partnership with April Communications and the National Theater, presents The legend of Akusika.
That orphan who killed her mother and destroyed her own father.
Live at the National Theatre on June 1st, 2nd, 8th, and 9th at 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. each day. Tickets selling now at 200 cities only at imagebureaugh.com or dial *714 *11 *21 #. The legend of Akusika, supported by the Ghana Tourism Authority, Knee Plans Car Rentals, MGL Logistics, IPMC, Joy FM, and proudly brought to you by Stanbic Bank and the National Lottery Authority. The legend of Akusika.
Electroland Ghana Limited is giving its May Day promotion in all its shops and authorized dealers across Ghana. Grab a Samsung Full HD 32-inch LED TV for just 2,349 Ghana cedis. Get our discounted media tabletop fridge at 1,999 cedis. Buy a TCL UHD 4K Smart Android 55-inch LED TV at 6,299 Ghana cedis and get a free Nasco 5-burner cooker. Mayday promotion near good. Get a Nasco 90 liters top freezer at 1,699 Ghana cedis. And if you're looking for top quality dishwashers, gas hobs, chimney knots, and electric hobs, Electrolux got you with exciting discounts as well. Rush now. Terms and conditions apply. For further information, call 050-315-9739. Electroland Ghana Limited, home of luxury and affordable appliances.
All right, it's 8 o'clock. Let's bring you the Business Minute. It's brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana CBG. We stand with you. Anointed Electricals, the generator expert, and Waikari Capital, together towards tomorrow.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you. Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, and Waikari Capital, together towards tomorrow. Expect to pay more for fuel prices at the pumps in the coming weeks unless city situation improves. That's warning coming from the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers. Energy strategist Dr. Yusuf Suleiman is calling on government to make use of funds accrued from the special petroleum tax to cushion consumers as fuel prices continue to increase. Chief Executive of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, Yofi Grant, is challenging claims that the country is losing out as preferred place for doing business. BMW, Jaguar Land Rover, and Volkswagen used parts made by a supplier on a list of firms banned over alleged links to Chinese forced labor, according to a U.S. congressional report. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you. Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, and Waikari Capital, together towards tomorrow.
Morning Show.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town. Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Keep the frequency clear.
99.7.
It's 2 minutes after 8 on the Super Morning Show. What's up, Fentio? You heard that the Business Minute is always brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana CBG. We stand with you. Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, and of course, Waikari Capital, together towards tomorrow.
Harvey, before I tell you about Waikari Capital, late entry, this one says, happy birthday to the most selfless, loving, and incredible wife, mom, and friend. 47 years of your creation have flown by, but the memories we've made together in the last 22 years will last a lifetime. You have everything we need in a woman: beauty, love, and character. You are the glue that holds our family together. And we are so grateful for your unwavering support, guidance, and love. Here's to many more years of love, laughter, adventures, and even some fights. May your special day be filled with joy, happiness, and most importantly, reverence and appreciation to God Almighty. Happy birthday, Nadu Eku. And it's from your husband, Stephen, and your children. You know, Stephen is the one who does Yomi yogurt.
Oh, Up?
So
It's been
Nadu,
forever.
Nadu Eku, happy birthday to you from your husband and your children. But Waikari Capital is a multinational fund management company regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. And Waikari Capital, with experience in fund management and investment banking, has over the years helped its customers to thrive by enabling them to achieve their lifetime financial goals. Waikari Capital invests funds in ways that create a positive future for its customers, their families, and businesses, and offers corporate finance and advisory services. In these ways, Waikari Capital helps its customers to create the best life. You too can also create your best life. Just speak to Waikari Capital today on 0501 577 546 or 0501 577 547. Locate their office on the 4th floor, Gulf House, opposite the Ghana Standards Authority. Visit waikaricapital.com for more information. Waikari Capital, together towards tomorrow.
And for your ultra silent generators, if you're looking from 5 kVA to 2500 kVA, well, just go to Anointed Engineering Services and they will take care of you. If you've got a generator that needs repairs, maybe you need proper maintenance as well, all you need to do is talk to Anointed Engineering Services. They've got genuine spare parts as well available, and they have branches nationwide. In Amra here, you can find them Frims Oil on the main Adenta Dodowa Road. That's where they are, in East Legon, Lagos Avenue Road, opposite Tom Rick Hotel. They are also in Tema, the Tema General Hospital Road, Community 9, just after the overhead. Anointed is in Kaswa as well, off the Wager Kaswa Road near Simaf Cement Depot. You can go to their head office at Odoko, number 77 Anointed House is off the Odoko Malam Road in Accra. But you can call their hotline. You should keep this number and get in touch with Anointed Electricals. 0243 480 334 0243 480 334. Anointed, the generator experts. On our big stories today, well, the Trades Union Congress says don't play chaskele with pension funds. Stop sale of hotels to Brian Echampon. That's the Trades Union Congress giving that warning. Take a listen to this.
These funds are not government funds. These funds are pension funds. And pensions are guarded by the Act 766. We have investment guidelines under Act 766. And clearly, these guidelines have not been followed. Government should be aware that we will not allow them to play chaskele with our funds. Should they dare go ahead, it will be the mother of all strikes in Ghana. But outline our issues in our statement. We don't agree with that assertion. We think proper due diligence was not done. And we, as the major stakeholders for pension funds, we must not sit idle. And I repeat, our pension funds are used for chaskele. We will not allow it. We are not happy with the due diligence that was done. And that's why we are calling that it should be cancelled immediately.
All right, so the Trades Union Congress also alleging some sort of conflict of interests because of the man at the center of this sale, who is a government official. Let's speak to the Dean of the UPSA Law Faculty. Professor Kofi Abochi joins us on the Super Morning Show. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you very much for your time.
Good morning.
Great.
We have Prof. Okay, good. Prof, thank you so much. The thing that I'm very curious about is an aspect of Mr. Okudzeto Ablakwa's petition, where he claims that in order to cure conflict of interest, there is a process that a member of parliament should have gone through in order to be allowed to enter into such a business deal, and it requires permission from the speaker. Can you educate us on that, and whatever necessary process a person in that position ought to be going through if they intend to do business with government in this manner? Well, the Speaker of Parliament plays a gatekeeping role in terms of ensuring that members of Parliament do not engage themselves in things that may potentially create conflict between their work as members of Parliament and their other interests outside of Parliament. And so, for example, if you're a professional of Parliament
if you're a professional of some other organization, but then you are a member of parliament, to practice that profession, you need the speaker's permission. And in order to engage yourself in positions of profit, including running businesses outside parliament, you need a speaker's permission. The supposition for that, I think, from the framers' perspective, is to avoid a scenario in which people assume the mandate as parliamentarians, but they're distracted by external businesses. But even more crucially, by reason of the influences that they have and exert as members of parliament, they leverage these influences to private ends. And also, because parliament is in supervisory position in many instances, either as an institution overseeing the mandate of other institutions, or parliament simply playing the role of a check on the activities of the executives and its agencies. In order to avoid these, you do not have to be a member of parliament who also has interests that may potentially conflict with your role as a member of parliament, because you are in a gatekeeping role, you are in a supervisory oversight role, and that explains why the speaker plays that checking role to ensure that members of parliament do not involve themselves in circumstances where they would have conflicting allegiances, so to speak.
Now, in this case, in fact, let me ask it this way. Would that gatekeeping role apply also to a shareholder? So, for example, if a member of parliament is a shareholder of MTN and, is engaging in any kind of, acquisition there, buying more shares or selling his shares or anything like that, would he be required to seek this same permission, go through the same process?
In my estimation, typically not. And that's an interesting question you raise. And the reason is, a shareholder is not a person holding a position of profit defined from the standpoint of, labor practice. A position of profit is usually a position which usually comes with some remuneration, one kind or the other. A shareholder is an owner of a species of property, and that species of property entitles him to certain payment by way of profit. Again, this is a different profit. So he's entitled to the payment of profit by way of dividends, declaration of dividends at the end of whichever period that the company declares it. So the distinction really is one of someone who holds a position, which is remunerated, as opposed to someone who holds an interest and he gains profits, he gains payment from time to time on that basis. Nonetheless, it's an interesting question for consideration, because the question of whether or not the principles are not the same, whether or not the principles of conflict and the principles of distraction and the principles of influences, whether they are not the same, is arguable. And many will say in many instances they actually are. Because, in fact, some will even say that the latter is probably even more so, because usually someone who holds a position of profit can leave the company. Someone who holds shares can also give up the shares, but in terms of the quantum of interest that they have, on the basis of which one transaction may create a big loss or gain, it's normally higher on the side of the shareholder. And so these are questions that I'm sure may probably have to exercise policymakers and lawmakers moving forward. But yes, if you should restrict yourself to the definition of what constitutes a position of profit, a position of profit is a position which is normally in the character of employment, or in the character of a consultant, or in the character of someone who holds a position which is remunerated in one way or the other. A shareholder typically is not considered a remunerated position.
That is interesting. But in this case, one of the biggest, things that are being raised here is this violation of Article 78(3) of the Constitution. So would what you've explained to us possibly constitute a defense?
Let me hear your question again.
I'm saying that since you say that shareholders would be exempt from this by your interpretation of Article 78(3), I'm just wondering whether that means that this might actually be a defense against the petition, the aspect of the petition which accuses the minister of conflict of interest.
Well, the only aspect of Article 78, which is also worthy of note in this context, is that Article 78 does not restrict itself strictly to the position of profit. It also speaks of emolument. So anyone who holds a position of profit or emolument. Now that's a broader spectrum. Emolument deals with all kinds of payments. So it's not just the fact that you're on a monthly salary or you're considered an employee, but the fact that you hold a certain position and that position entitles you to the receipt of certain payments from time to time. And so one may argue that Article 78 is broader and that encapsulates payments made to shareholders by way of dividends or any other person who holds a pecuniary interest in any company, so to speak. And so, yes, Article 78 may appear broader, but I was answering your question earlier relative to the definition of what constitutes a position of profit.
Understood. So let's now look at the concept of conflict of interest in a bit more broad of a sense. This is a member of parliament. This is a minister, and a Greek minister. But he, before these positions, was a businessman who was, acquiring properties, hotel properties. If his company continues to do so, and in this case is doing so from a state institution like SNIT, does there arise conflict of interest?
Again, I would like to repeat your question.
Sure. I'm just saying that in general terms, would there be a conflict of interest if a minister and a member of parliament who was a businessman before he became minister and member of parliament went ahead to enter a deal of this nature with a state institution like SNIT? Would there be necessarily conflict of interest?
So I would like us to put things in context. First of all, the old approach under Ghanaian law was a blanket prohibition of conflict of interest in all instances. The new approach appears to be moving towards an angle in which conflict of interest is tolerated provided there is a disclosure. But I need to put a caveat on this. That approach is contained in the new Companies Act of 2019. Formally, you can't engage in conflict of interest of any kind. But now, if you're a member of the board, for example, once you disclose your interest in a particular transaction, the board can permit the conflict. However, if you look at things from the standpoint of the Constitution, the Code of Conduct for Public Officers in the Constitution clearly states that a public officer shall not engage in any act of conflict of interest. Now, it doesn't give an exception. The question whether the 2019 Companies Act constitutes a shift adequate enough to sort of modify the Code of Conduct for Public Officers in the Constitution is one that many will say cannot be tenable, just simply on the gradation of law. On the gradation of law, the Constitution is at the top. So for many, the Code of Conduct for Public Officers overrides when it comes to a public officer's conduct, which is considered a conflict of interest. So even though I made the point earlier that the law appears to be shifting in the area of permission, allowing a person to engage in conflict of interest so long as he discloses what interest he has, and the board still makes that decision. The issue is not exactly the case when one considers things from the standpoint of the Constitution, because the Constitution doesn't allow at all. The Constitution says a public officer shall not engage in any act that constitutes an act of conflict of interest. The issue then is whether a particular act is an act of conflict of interest if the person is only in the position of a shareholder and not, so to speak, the person, for example, sitting on the board of SNIT and then taking part in deliberations that approves a company in which he has majority shares. And I don't think that's the scenario we have here. So all things have to be considered, but the most fundamental principle is that the Constitution doesn't permit an act of conflict of interest once it's established that as an act of conflict of interest.
There are some who draw parallels between this and previous instances. For example, the finance minister's company Data Bank being transactional advisor on loans that the finance ministry led the government of Ghana to acquire on the euro bond market and so forth. Do you see any, in terms of the law, do you see any parallels here?
Unfortunately, the line keeps tripping. So, can you repeat that question again?
I'm saying that there are some people who draw a parallel between this situation and the situation of the former finance minister Ken Ofori-Atta, whose company, the company he founded, Databank, was transactional advisor on Eurobond deals that were entered into by the finance ministry on behalf of government of Ghana. Do you see any sort of parallel between that situation and this one in terms of the law?
If it is suggested that the person involved sat on the board of SNIT to take the decision, or if it is suggested that his company provided technical consulting services to the hotels involved in respect of which his hotel or his company is acquiring the shares in these hotels, then of course you may be talking of similar parallels. That's assuming that those factual parallels are accurate. I'm not suggesting that they're accurate because we haven't had any court determining these, so these are not facts that have been locked in judicially. But from the public domain, if what you are saying, if the parallels are the same, then of course you have those problematic conclusions to draw. I don't think, however, again, hearing the public discourse, I don't think, however, that it is suggested that his company did the evaluation on the basis of which his own company again is acquiring the shares on the basis of those evaluations. Then, of course, you have those complications, i.e., if you have your own company providing services that led to certain valuations, and you are then acquiring the company on the basis of those valuations, then, of course, you may have those parallels. Again, I hope that my understanding of your question is correct.
Okay. I want to say a big thank you to you for your education. Very helpful to the discourse. Professor Kofi Abochi, of course, Dean of the UPSA Law School.
All right, that's a Super Morning Show here on Joy 99.7 FM. So the issues of conflict or possible conflict of interest being addressed by Professor Kofi Abochi. And reference was made to Article 98.1, which says a member of parliament shall be, 98.2, I beg your pardon, of the Constitution. A member of parliament shall not hold any office of profit or emolument, whether private or public, and either directly or indirectly, unless permitted to do so by the Speaker acting on the recommendation of a committee of parliament on certain stated grounds. So I guess there are lots of questions to also ask from Parliament, but a lot of the answers that we need, Raymond and Winston, will be coming from SNIT, because we've been asking a lot of questions in terms of the state of these hotels that they want to offload to a private strategic investor, they put it. How much are we hoping to make out of it? And at all the hotels, can we say we can put all the hotels in one category in terms of the state that they are currently in? So we will need SNIT to answer more of these questions. But in the meantime, we've heard the Trades Union Congress say no way, there is no way they're allowing this current transaction to continue, and that if it does, they're going to hit the streets. Is that all they can do? Well,
good question. We're exploring this in detail, but also what did they do when the issue first came up at the board level?
Yeah.
What did they do? And if they had any plans of embarking on a strike, why did they wait all this while for the issue to come in the public, or come to, for someone to bring it to the public before starting all of this conversation? We'll get into all of this here on the Super Morning Show.
So listen, we want to hear from you on all these matters. Send us WhatsApp messages on 055-1111-997. You can also post on X, former Twitter, just at the hashtag Joy. SMS is Joy997 on X and on Facebook as well. Big Stories brought to you by Telecel, connecting energies. Latest Foam, your partner for life and equity health insurance, here for you. I'm sorry.
Mama
that was not supposed to go out.
What declarations have you made that you are taking back one by one like that?
Man,
Oh, Mama me. Oh, I understand you. I forgive you on behalf of the masses. Yeah, I forgive you on behalf of the people, as is expected.
Master, don't stretch this one. Otherwise, I'll say I don't need your forgiveness. It's 24 minutes after 8.
You don't need our forgiveness.
Let's go.
Well, now you're about to have the world at your fingertips because the wait is finally over. Telecel is here. Now you have everything you want and need. Quick and reliable communication, stress-free money transactions via Telecel Cash, transforming your big business ideas into success stories with Telecel Business and more. Connect with Telecel and enjoy a world of endless possibilities because with Telecel, there's no limit to connections. Telecel, connecting energies.
And picture this, you're lying in bed after a long day seeking comfort and relaxation, but instead you're met with a mattress that sags beneath you. A reminder of shortcuts and compromises. Your comfort and well-being should have never been compromised. That's why we at Latest Foam prioritize quality above all else. Step into our showrooms and experience the difference for yourself. Our high-quality mattresses and furniture are crafted with your ultimate relaxation in mind. Picture waking up refreshed, rejuvenated, and ready to take on the day. That's the Latest Foam promise. Invest in your well-being, choose Latest Foam. Otherwise, you do yourself. Latest Foam, your partner for life. Visit us today and sleep better tonight. Call us on 0302-231155-262 or 0322008499 or visit us online, latestfoamghana.com.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Organized labor, therefore, demands that the process of the sale of SNIT's interests in the hotels be cancelled immediately. We are also calling on the Minister for Employment, Labor Relations, who is also responsible for pensions, to direct the Board of Trustees of SNIT to cancel the process immediately. Otherwise, we will advise ourselves.
We don't agree with that assertion. We think proper due diligence was not done. And we, as the major stakeholders for pension funds, we must not sit idle. And I repeat, our pension funds are used for Chaskili.
For us, it smacks of state capture, and that should be stopped, and stopped immediately. And if the Minister for Pensions failed to stop SNIT, we workers of Ghana, we own the funds. We will stop that process.
Wake up, good morning, good morning.
Hey, Cashman.
Yeah.
Don't you know Nana has assembled all of us and you are here making calls?
My generator is spoiled too. So I'm calling a renowned Ghanaian company with an excellent track record in the sales and repairs of generator sets in Accra to come and repair for me.
Is it Anointed Electricals?
Yeah.
Anointed Electricals deals in quality and genuine generators with high fuel efficiency. We also rent generators.
They sell quality generators from 10 kVA to 2,500 kVA. They have spare parts of other generators and can repair every faulty generator set even if you didn't buy from them.
Look, now we don't have any electrical problem in Accra.
Wow.
Because Anointed Electricals is right here at East Legon, Lagos Avenue, opposite Tomric Hotel. And that's why Nana is calling us.
Okay.
Yes. If you want to buy a brand new generator or repair the old one, visit Anointed Electricals. Or if you are within Accra, call our hotline 0246 423 534 or call 0243 480 334. They have qualified and dedicated men on 24-hour after sales service.
Then let's go and listen to Nana. Let's go.
Gosh, after giving you the hint, won't you give me anything?
Anointed, the generator experts.
Waikari Capital. We are a multinational fund management company regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Our aim is to help our customers thrive by enabling them to achieve their lifetime financial goals while investing their funds in ways that create a positive future for them, their families, and their businesses. In this way, we help them to create the best life. Speak to us today. Call us on 050-157-7546 or 050-157-7547. Visit www.waikaricapital.com. Waikari Capital, together towards tomorrow.
is lights, camera, music. The stage is set, the stars are ready, and Ghana's biggest night is here! The 25th Telecel Ghana Music Awards Night happening live on Saturday, 1st June at the Grand Arena from 7 p.m. Be part of the extravaganza of rhythm, sheer talent, and high fashion, plus all the drama of who wins what. 170 nominees, 30 awards, plus 18 superstars, all performing live. You can't miss this. Book your tickets now. Starting for 500 Ghana cedis on star 713 star 33 star 25 hash or call our hotline on 0501 288520. The 25th Telecel Ghana Music Awards, powered by Chatterhouse, supported by Guinness, Captain Morgan, Close Up, British Council, TV3, Joy FM, and sponsored by Telecel, connecting energies.
It's a summer celebration. Celebration. Our music is.
The Ghana Chamber of Mines with Events and Projects International and DMG of South Africa present the West African Mining and Power Conference and Exhibition Wampok Wampex from 5th to the 7th of June 2024 at the Grand Arena and the Accra International Conference Center. The theme for our 17th edition is the Mining and Power Hub, driving sustainability investment opportunities in West Africa. Join us to network with over 100 exhibitors and 2,500 attendees on a variety of innovative mining and power solutions from around the world. Headline sponsor Mark Partners Group. Main sponsors Newmont, Anglo Gold Ashanti, B5 Plus, Cummings. Financial partners Stanbic. Other sponsors include Rand Refinery, FL Smith, Atlantic Lithium, Protea Coin Ghana, and Bank Hospital. To register, sponsor, and advertise, visit wampok.org or check out our social media platforms. Wampok Wampex24.
It does get better anytime your favorite shop, Melcom, says it there for you and got you covered with all your daily need items. Continue shopping on products ranging from groceries, stationery, electronics, homeware, kitchenware, furniture, home decor, electricals, and many more at low prices. Terms and conditions apply. Melcom, where Ghana shops.
Now, let me remind you, the Chamber of Aquaculture Ghana and its partners. Why do I always smile when I see the word aquaculture?
Yes, there's aqua before it.
No, it's not because of that, Raymond. I'm just remembering some lessons
Raymond culture.
Some lessons we got on aquaculture thanks to
your
Parliament.
man?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. The Chamber of Aquaculture
the minister
and its partners cordially invite all stakeholders in the aquaculture sector.
Sorry, is it a current minister?
No. Yes. They asked the minister, what is aquaculture? We have to look for that tape and play. Jesus Christ.
Because you say you're bad.
Substantive sector minister.
I was just...
That was then.
This is now.
No.
Now she's an expert.
Really?
By now.
So she went to learn on the job?
She's aquaculture emeritus.
She's a political head. So.
Yes.
So?
Anyway. She's been briefed.
They're technocrats.
So, listen, all players in the sector, prospective farmers, aquaculture businesses, and the general public are invited to Aquaculture Ghana 2024. It's from the 31st till the 31st of May this year. All happening at the World Trade Center here in Accra. Now, this largest aquaculture event in Ghana is under the auspices of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, Fisheries Commission, and the Association of Ghana Industries. There'll be fresh tilapia sales, sampling of tilapia and catfish meals at a discount, as well as photo competitions during the exhibition. Now, to enter the conference and exhibition, which will take place between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. each day, the entrance is free. Entry is free, okay? You don't have to pay anything to get in. And the event is sponsored by Ranan Fish Feed, Grand Aqua for Fish Feed, Cycle Farms, Wish, Verbac, Tropo Farms Limited, and Gersal. For more information about tickets for the awards and dinner, call 050-413-0255 or just send an email to awards@aquacultureghana.com. Aquaculture Ghana 2024 Stakeholder Collaboration, a key to building a resilient aquaculture industry.
Tilapia catfish.
In Patois.
Sure, that's nicer.
I'm a tilapia guy.
Oh, catfish now.
I love tilapia too.
You see, every time I've had catfish, it's been made with so much pepper that I didn't taste the fish. It was just the pepper. In fact, the first morsel I put in my mouth burnt my taste buds. So the rest of the meal, I didn't. So I actually don't know what catfish tastes like.
Have you tasted the dried one before?
Oh,
dried
you are now
catfish.
taking me to a place I don't want to go.
But that is what the
Tilapia any day. Well, listen, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, together with its stakeholders, invites the general public to the third Made in Ghana Bazaar to be held at the Accra International Conference Center from the 23rd to the 25th of May 2024. It's under the theme promoting Made in Ghana goods and services for economic prosperity. There will be live performances of authentic Ghanaian music, playground for kids, and panel discussions on the changing nature of economic diplomacy, a private sector perspective, also equipping SMEs to take advantage of the after, and projecting the creative art industry for sustainable development. Admission is free. For inquiries, though, please call these numbers: 0538 062 264 or 0209 249 932. Visit the third Made in Ghana Bazaar and shop for all your authentic Ghanaian product at affordable prices. Yawazoye.
Now, the fourth industrial revolution is here. But what does it mean for Ghana and Africa? Join global and local leaders as they address the impact of technology at the first ever Industry Engagement Forum, IEF 2024, by Industry Immersion Africa, II Africa, in collaboration with the MasterCard Foundation Ghana and the Ministry of Education through the National Service Scheme. Be part of this groundbreaking immersive experience. The two-day event will serve as a pivotal platform for fostering dialogue and collaboration in the bid to bridge the gap in the industry and academia, empower STEM graduates across Africa, and combat youth unemployment industry is driving AI and 4IR in Africa. That's the theme, right? Collaborative pathways for digital transformation in Ghana. The date is Wednesday, 22nd May, tomorrow, and Thursday. Now, it's also from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. each day. And this is happening at the UPSA Auditorium in Accra. Visit iiafrica.org for more information and to register. Media partners are Joy 99.7 FM, Joy News, and myjoyonline.com.
All right. Well, listen, there's a bit more to come on the show. We certainly have to get into this SNIT matter. I'll be speaking to Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, who has filed a petition with Shraj, citing several reasons why this deal between the Greek minister's company and SNIT should be looked into.
Yeah. We also have our friends from Total passing through today.
Don't miss any of it after these.
For 15 years, Quick Credit has been your trusted partner in micro-lending, empowering lives, and making dreams a reality. Today, we're excited to announce a new age. Quick Credit is now Bills Microcredit. Still committed to serving Ghanaians and changing lives, Bills is here to show you that everything is possible. Join us as we embrace a brighter future. Bills, financing your needs.
Hey, welcome back to work.
Charlie, thanks, bro. Thanks, bro.
Malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Hey. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and fufu?
How we go do it?
I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Oh, yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
Sharp. Anyway, sorry to ruin your excitement, but your boss asked of you.
Okay.
She says she has plenty work for you.
No problem, Charlie. Strength day.
You see,
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing Artemether and Lumefantrine. Comes in tablet and suspension for the effective treatment of malaria in adults and children. If symptoms persist after 3 days, consult your doctor. Malatu is manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemists Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Think about it. You can either go out to watch one game at your local and pay for the bumpy, stuffy ride there. Then the food. Then the drinks with a 12,000% markup. And a new team jersey cause some drunk spilled red wine all over you. Or you can pay once right on your phone and watch 42 live Premier League games over a whole month. For unbeatable value for money entertainment, there's only one way to go. Go TV. Love it.
December is just around the corner and our nation stands at a crossroads. Will we continue down the same path or will we forge a new one together? The choice is ours, but we need every voice to be heard. That is why the New Force is investing time and resources to educate and encourage everyone about the voters ID card registration. To all of you out there unsure if your vote matters, your voice matters. Your vote is your power and your opportunity to shape the future of our motherland. Don't let others decide for you. Don't stay silent. Get up, get out there and get your voter's ID card today. Make sure you are ready to make a difference when the time comes. Don't delay. Act now. From the 7th to the 27th of May and on the 30th of May, you can replace all missing ID cards. Every vote counts. Your vote, your destiny. A message from Nana Kwame Bediako and the New Force.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
About 8:44, actually 45 just now, and it's time for us to get into this all-important conversation. A petition has been filed against the purchase of 60% in 4 hotels. That 60% was or is owned by SNIT, and the deal is to have it purchased by Rock City Hotels, which happens to be owned by the Greek minister. So questions arise, but what are the answers? We're getting to them. We will be speaking with Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, who has filed a petition with Shraj on this matter. But before that, the Executive Director for the Media Foundation for West Africa joins us. That's Suleimana Brahma. Sule, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. I wonder if perhaps there's a need to unmute the mic. Can you hear us, Sule? No. Okay. Let's work on fixing that connection once. Did I hear you there? Sule, are you there? No. We'll work on it. We'll work on connecting to Suleiman Ibrahima, who is the executive director of the Media Foundation for West Africa. But look, question after question has been raised in the petition itself. Okay, a few of the things that are being raised by Mr. Kudiato Ablakwa, first of all, is the issue of conflict of interest. Now, the suggestion is that there is a cure for this conflict if Article 95 is to be followed. Now, that what it says there is that any member of parliament seeking to engage in any such business, where there will be profit or emoluments, should seek the permission of the speaker. The expectation is that this would cure that aspect of conflict of interest. And the accusation here is that Mr. Achampong has not done that. But we also got some education this morning that we might have to ask the question of whether a shareholder would be subject to the same rules. But that's only one of the issues raised there. Another issue raised has to do with the fact that there is a minority shareholder in one of the hotels, and that minority shareholder owning about 5% of Ridge Royal Hotel had an existing deal that they would be given first right of refusal if these shares that SNIT is seeking to divest itself of were to come on the market, that they would have first refusal. They say that was not done. And in fact, that is perhaps the reason why the deal has been held up for so long. Otherwise, it would have been completed quite some time ago. So these are all issues that are being raised in the petition that Mr. Kudiato Ablakwa has filed. And we're still working hard to connect with Suleiman Ibrahima. And of course, we'll be speaking to Mr. Kudiato Ablakwa himself. We're also making overtures to reach Mr. Brian Achampong. We'll see if he's available and able to speak to these matters. That would also enhance the conversation. Ray.
The issues being raised, and let's be clear in our minds on this, this is not the first time the matter is coming up, neither for commentary or even for review. This matter, way back in 2019, when it appeared in the newspapers, SNIT then said, we are following due process. We have not settled on anybody. We are working very hard to get somebody who will represent the interests of this country. Then those questions were raised. Questions about whether or not the right process will be followed, the right thing will be done, and this will not be another attempt to sell what belongs to the state to cronies of government and their relations. Right. Something that happens with governments when they are in power. Mm-hmm. They all of a sudden identify that there are state properties that ought to be sold, and there are family members who somehow got interested, and they get to be the ones who are being preferred in this case.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see if we have connected with Suleiman Ibrahima. Can you hear me, Sule?
Yes, I can hear you, Kojo.
Oh, fantastic. We can hear you too. Good morning.
Good morning.
Right. Well, I mean, this matter needs no introduction. Everyone's talking about it. For you, where do the issues lie?
Well, for me, my principal concern that I am a SNIT contributor. I have been contributing to SNIT maybe for the last 2 decades. It is about my future. It is about the future of Ghanaian workers. I started contributing to SNIT when I was a teacher. And I know the thousands of teachers in Ghana and the conditions they live in, and the fact that, you have retirees or pensioners who are living as if they've never worked, all because sometimes, the management of their pension schemes haven't gone the way they should go. I am wondering if SNIT knows that it cannot manage some of these things, why do they even go into it in the first place? Now, it is not about just these hotels. Only yesterday we heard Nana Akonia on another network talking about other SNIT facilities that had been sold. And it was basically to do this equalization thing that, NDC folks are complaining, but here's a list of other facilities that have been sold previously to NDC politicians. And the question is that how we are playing with the future of SNIT contributors, with the future of Ghanaian workers? Last year, we had the occasion to host an event at the World Trade Center. And it was at that point that I got to know that it's yet another SNIT facility. And Kojo, it was so appalling to see some of the conditions, in this edifice. Air conditioners not working. It was when we booked the facility that eventually certain things had to be installed to enable us, have the event held there. And then I started asking, but who put at this grand facility and left it in this state? And then I was being told, SNIT is involved. And so for me, the issue is not about, Ablakwa, it's not about Brian, it's for me, the future of Ghanaian workers. And what amazes me sometimes is the fact that if you look at the SNIT board, you have representatives of organized labor. In fact, I think organized labor has the biggest representative, which is 3 people. Then you have, of course, the president's appointees as usual, and then folks from other sectors. And the governing board or the trustees are supposed to be the ones directing or giving policy directions to what SNIT does. And so, all this, what has been the representatives, what has been the position of the representatives of organized labor? I was reading that the TUC, for example, had sent in a caution to say, look, don't play cha-cha with our investments or our monies. But I know TUC has a representative there on the board. So is it that these things were being done, without the knowledge of the trustees? Of course, somebody told me, well, a lot of them on the trustees now are retirees, and so sometimes maybe they wouldn't be so much bothered. I think the chairperson is Madam Elizabeth Ohene. Mm-hmm. And so the question that I ask is, what has been the position of the representatives of organized labor in this? Because as far as I can recall, it is one of the deputy secretary generals of the TUC who is representing the TUC on the board. So if TUC is now telling us don't play cha-cha with her, is it the case that their representative never briefed them about what is happening? I think we need transparency and we need to be clear about it, because as I said, it is about collective future.
Yeah. So if the problem lies with SNIT, then what do you say to those who argue that, well, look, if they are failing to manage these facilities, then selling them is actually perhaps the best move forward? What do you say to those people?
Well, it could be an option, but again, we then need to be sure that while they are selling off these ones, they are not investing in other ones, because it is not the first time SNIT is divesting its interest in some of these things after putting in millions of cedis into putting them up with the claim that, look, this is how we can best manage the resources for people, contributors for their future, and so on. So they will do this, and before you realize, they are into another investment. So if it is the case that we are saying, look, over the period, we've realized that you put in money into facility unable to manage, and before I even get there, I ask myself, it is a question of management. Why are we not talking about, let's say we are bringing on board, experts to help us manage this, but instead to say we are selling? I think that is also raising
I think we may have lost you there.
So how come? Can you hear me?
Yes, you're back. So can you make that last point again, please?
Yeah, so the last point I was making is, perhaps what is also quite intriguing is the issue of the potential buyer. Mm-hmm. We are told that there were about some 14 or so bidders, and then in the end, it is the Rock City bid that really stood out. And that's quite, for me, a bit intriguing. And so that is also another thing that is raising a lot of questions. How come it ended up being a company owned by a minister of state that ended up being the one putting in the best of the best of bids, and eventually going to have this kind of deal? Well, it is good that Sraj is going into this matter, but overall, I think that we need a big conversation, major conversation about SNIT and how our future is being managed. Because not too long ago, we heard about this report from ILO that it is possible that SNIT may eventually be running out of, money to be able to pay out, pensions to people who retire from 2036. It was just reported, and it's almost like, brief conversations, and it went away. But I think that matters of people's pensions, matters related to workers' future, should be something that is quite important. And I think members of TUC should begin to be asking the Secretary General, who said yesterday that, look, we would not allow SNIT to play cha-cha with our money, to ask, is it that your representatives on the board are not briefing you on what is happening, or they are basically there representing their own interests rather than the interests of the organizations that they represent? I think these are matters of significant concern, and we shouldn't just, trivialize them. Basic conversations, 2 days, 3 days is gone. No. I think we need a bigger conversation about SNIT and its activities, all the controversies around appointment and how somebody was dismissed and how somebody was appointed, and then we see a play out of a Japadia and all of that within the SNIT scheme. I think we need a bigger conversation about our future. Otherwise, we should get to a point where we say, look, individuals should manage their own affairs and manage their own future. If we cannot trust the state to manage the future for the people, let individuals decide whether they want to make SNIT contributions or not. Because for now, it is compulsory. We know institutions that are, sometimes prosecuted for failing to contribute, to pay the SNIT contributions of their workers. So it is mandatory. And if it is mandatory, I must ensure that whatever I'm putting out there is properly being managed for my future, and not being used to buy V8 cars for directors generals, giving juicy deals to, members of the trustees, and so on and so forth. And then in the end, it is we, the poor ones, who end up suffering. I don't think that we have to go that route at all.
I want to thank you for your insights there. Suleiman Abrahima is the Executive Director of the Media Foundation for West Africa. We're still working on our connection to Mr. Okudzeto Ablakwa. He's out of town, but we're seeking to connect electronically with him so we can hear his thoughts.
Could you agree with Suleiman at the point about workers' money? And you'd ask yourself that question because of the problematic investments of SNIT. Sometimes you ask yourself, is it really worth it? Because this is where we are. We have said this morning that these hotels be run and profits made and paid to SNIT. We have said this morning that if SNIT SNIT is not cash strapped. For SNIT to say, I want to sell shares in a business. Look, Labadi Beach Hotel is not doing badly. Labadi Beach Hotel is doing well. So what money does SNIT need? Okay, that SNIT says, I'm going to sell these assets off.
Is Labadi listed on the stock exchange?
No.
If you want to raise equity, why don't you go there?
Exactly.
Go there.
Exactly. Why don't you go there?
Yes.
That's the share subscription we're talking about.
Yeah.
If you want to raise money.
Yeah.
But this
go
is the other
and
way.
raise money. You think that you want to build further facilities? You want extensions? You want to recruit more cooks? You can go and raise the money there.
So what you'd actually do is that in raising money, you actually reduce your shareholding as SNIT. But that does not go to SNIT. It goes to the company, Golden Beach Hotels. So this is the point we're making. If we really want to help the hotels, this is the first thing we must do. The first thing we must do is to stop this president appointing people to everywhere.
That the person was unemployed, participated in the campaign. Then we are convinced that person can run a big hotel.
Let's not jump to that step as if that is the reason they make the decision. Nobody is convinced that these people can run the hotel.
No, so that's
but they are appointed anyway.
Yeah.
Do you get it?
Yes.
It's not that after they've supported the campaign, suddenly some competence starts to show on their face, and so they are given these jobs. No, they are given these jobs as a reward, so they are not expected to go there and work. Let's be clear.
So this is my point. You must just get in place. Look, you can hand over all the hotels to a management company. That's how they do it. You hand the hotel over to a management company, and then what you do as SNIT is to actually give them some capital as a loan, which they will repay.
And parameters, and specific ones.
Tell them,
deliver
this
2 years,
this amount of money.
Yeah.
Pay me back in 3 years, 2 years with interest. Because you should have, you as my subsidiary, you should be paying me management fees. Then you're coming to ask me for money. No, take this money, now go this way. Then you give it to them. And we saw it with Labadi Beach Hotel. When the Legacy Group took over, we saw what they did. The Legacy Group also took over La Palm, Buzia, and Elmina Beach Resort. After the change in government, the contract was terminated. But for me, even that's not my problem. Get another person to manage it. Because we have shown as a people that everything that belongs to the state, we send cronies there and they mismanage it. The next moment we say, oh, we must turn things around. And then we want to sell it to cronies again.
So it makes it seem like the mismanagement was deliberate.
It's a ploy.
Yes, if somebody was doing a good job, why did you come and terminate their contract?
Yeah, look, recently.
And now the hotels, the same hotels, are falling into disrepute.
You've seen, because they advertised here, you saw Carbank.
Yeah.
They were doing share subscription.
Yeah, that's
Come and
true.
take, you saw it. They advertised there, so I mentioned their name. You saw it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's public. Then you need capital. So what are they doing? They are offering new shares. They give it to the existing shareholders. You too, if you want, get involved. That's how you go about it. When you need money to run a business, you don't say that I'm selling my shares. This is somebody telling you, I don't want to have anything to do with you.
Absolutely. Like, I see I'm absorbing myself 100%
Yes.
from it. Ojo, before Winston continues, because the board members were mentioned, permit me to list them.
Please list them, including the 4 members of Organized Labour.
Yes. Now, the board of trustees of the scheme, they have different representations from government, employers, and workers. First, there's a chairperson. There are 2 persons nominated by the president, one of whom is supposed to be a woman. There are 2 representatives of Ghana Employers Association. There are 4 representatives of Organized Labour. 1 representative of National Pensioners Association. And the 1 representative from the ministry responsible for finance, not below the rank of a director. And the 1 representative of the security services, who is not a member of the Ghana Armed Forces. There's the director general of the trust and the company secretary. Miss Elizabeth Akuya Ohene is the board chair.
Okay.
Dr. Emmanuel Edusa Akodie is representing Ghana Employers Association. Now, Mr. John Sananu Amegashi is representing Organized Labour. Mr. Joshua Ansa is representing Organized Labour. He's a big man at TUC. Dr. Evans Ageme Zikum is representing Organized Labour. Miss Ivy Betu Naso is also representing Organized Labour. Now, for SNIT Pensioners Association, Benjamin Odote Asuman is the representative. Mr. Peter Osaidua is the president's nominee. Number 2 president's nominee is Mrs. Gloria Irene Amaki Paida. Now, the next one is Mrs. Abena Osayasare, Deputy Minister, Finance Ministry, now Minister of State at the Finance Ministry. Now, Mr. Kofi Bosompe Wasafmafo is Director General, we know that for sure. And Giptianan is the company secretary. If you look at the list, the people that the president appoints will be the perhaps Kofi Bosompem, the Director General, Abena Osayasare from the Ministry of Finance, then Irene Amaki Paida, who is a president's nominee. Then there is another president nominee being Peter Osaidua. So I've mentioned, say, the 4 who are directly appointed by the president. We can also add the board chair, which is fair. That Elizabeth Ohene is also
So that's 5 people.
Yes. Now
Labour or an organized.
Labour has 4. Pensioners Association has 1. Then there's supposed to be 2 from the Employers Association, but I see only 1 name here, who is the Dr. Emmanuel Edusa Akodie. So in put them together.
So 6 union, if
the
you like,
people
representatives.
If it is drilling down to mere votes decided, and everybody is supposed to partake in the voting here, there are more non-government directors of this particular board than government directors. There are more important questions they should be answering, because TUC yesterday was saying, we told our representatives, they told them to stop it. and they didn't stop it, who did they tell to stop it?
Indeed.
Did the board disregard the view of the 4 members of TUC? Did that view reflect in the Pensioners Association member to his view? How about that of the Employers Association? Were they of the view that this should be sold? If we do not drill down to this, then it's important we are doing this. People will hide behind, oh, we complained, and they still went ahead.
Can we do a right to information request for board minutes?
Yeah.
For the meetings where these decisions were made?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do that, okay? Because I'm certainly interested in who voted which way, who decided on what, who abstained, and all of that. Now, we have Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa joining us now. He's the MP for North Tong. He also happens to be the author of a petition that has been sent to Shiraj. This petition is raising several issues with this deal. Mr. Okudzeto-Ablakwa, thank you so much for your time. I know it's very early where you are, probably about 5 a.m., isn't it?
Yes, you're right, Kojo. Good morning. How are you doing?
We're very well. Thank you so much for making the time. All right, so I think maybe first we'll let you walk us through, point by point, what your issues are with this deal.
Thank you very much. Regards to Winston and Raymond and all your listeners. So I want to begin by raising a fundamental objection I have, and I've held this view for many, many years. I take the view that public officials, particularly ministers, MPs, CEOs, MMDCs, I take the view that it is not acceptable. It is totally wrong. It is tantamount to conflict of interest to engage in the purchase of state assets, no matter how they are presented, no matter how they are couched. I take that view on the principled position that if you are in government, you have enormous influence, you have access to insider information and all of that. It does not serve the public good, and we should not encourage public officials to keep an eye on state assets and try to annex them for themselves. And Kojo, you will recall that 16 years ago, this is the position I took when I had information that the Honorable Jacob Echebelamte was purchasing his official bungalow.
Yes.
I dragged him to court. This matter traveled all the way to the Supreme Court. And 16 years on, I still take that view. So it is not a personal vendetta against the Honorable Champon, as some are making it look. It is nothing targeted at a particular person or party. I think that these are principles that all of us as politicians, no matter the party that you belong to or the ideology you subscribe to, we need to take conflict of interest seriously, and we need to remove ourselves of these deals that are not in the national interest. So let me come to the present case of the attempt to sell 6 hotels under SNIT's investment portfolio. So I intercepted documents and then spoke to a number of whistleblowers within various government agencies. Let me put it that way. And they were all concerned about how our hotels, and these are, I say our hotels because these hotels belongs to all of us. These are hotels that were built decades ago by the contributions of workers. They are strategic assets. If you look at the value is always appreciating, because land, as you know, is always appreciated, particularly in these prime areas. I mean, we are talking about a hotel like Labadi Beach Hotel, which is one of our foremost beachfront hotels. It's probably the biggest beachfront hotel we have in Ghana. These are hotels that have enormous potential. Some of them are doing very, very well. If you look at Labadi Beach Hotels, for example, they paid dividends of 25 million last year.
Yeah.
The year before, 10 million. You take Ridge Royal Hotel. I have a copy of their annual financial performance review. Very healthy. If you look at their financials, a very profitable venture. So the principle, I do not agree with SNIT when they say that they want to inject efficiency, they want to make the hotels profitable, and so they want to divest themselves of 60% and virtually sell their controlling shares to a different entity. What that means is that really, in terms of pensions, in terms of the future of Ghanaian workers, it is being shortchanged. So that policy decision, that rationale, doesn't make sense to me, and I'm sure many Ghanaians as well. And I'm glad that organized labor yesterday said that they are also opposed. And it is shocking that such a major decision, which involves hotels belonging to Ghanaian workers, workers groups, workers unions, organized labor, was not consulted. And you see, it raises issues about how policy formulation and policy implementation is done in our country. A few people, because these are national assets, state assets. They don't belong to you. It's not your private, property. You don't engage in broad-based consultations. Even we in Parliament, we were not involved in any way. We are not brought into the picture. No consultation. Organized labor is not consulted. And then they are going ahead with this deal. So we have to question the policy rationale. Then I come to the issues relating to due process. If you look at the way and manner they went about advertising and commencing the procurement processes, they treated all the hotels in the same way, painted all the hotels with the same brush. But that is wrong procedurally and legally, because if you look at the procedural matters, take Ridge Royal for example. Ridge Royal, SNIT does not have 100% shares. There are minority shareholders. And if you look at the shareholders agreement signed in 1999, it is clear that before such major decisions are taken, there ought to be a shareholders meeting. There ought to be shareholders agreement, a board resolution. Because if you look at the board of directors, SNIT has 3, VANEF has 2. There ought to be a board resolution. So one shareholder cannot unilaterally decide that I am going to sell and go ahead and advertise. So it is not surprising that lawyers of VANEF, the minority shareholder, have written to SNIT protesting. And that is what has led SNIT, indeed, that is what even delayed this process somewhat. Brianna Champon will have had this long ago. So SNIT has now belatedly written to the minority shareholders at Ridge Royal, asking them to exercise their first rights, valued at about $10.4 million. They gave them 45 days, which lapsed on the 12th of May. So you see clearly that there's a lot of arm twisting. You see a disregard for due process. And that is absolutely wrong. All of this builds into a certain agenda where it is apparent that the procurement processes are being skewed to favor a certain preferred outcome. Okay. Then I have also in the petition raised a constitutional issue. If you pay regard to Articles 78.3 and 98.2 of the 1992 Constitution,
okay,
ministers of state and members of parliament, if you want to hold an office of profit or you want to engage in business transactions of this nature, you need permission from the speaker. you must apply to the Committee on Members Holding Profit, understanding Order 224. And the Speaker must grant you a certificate which approves of you holding that office of profit. Now, when you read the Constitution carefully, the reason why those provisions exist in our Constitution is to check conflict of interest. Is for Parliament's committee and the Speaker to be satisfied that you are not going to engage in conflict of interest.
Yeah.
You are not going to take advantage of your oversight duties. Probably you're an MP, you see a bill come in, you see some business opportunity, you quickly want to go and register a company and position yourself in a way that you will take advantage because of the insider information you have. Or because as minister, you're in cabinet, you are going to be privy to some decisions, and so you want to engage in transactions that really gives you private gain using the public office that you hold. So it's a very important provision in the Constitution.
Mr. Okudzeto Ablakwa,
I have diligently, if I can just,
certainly
conclude on this.
Yeah.
I have diligently checked. I formally inquired from the clerk to this committee, and I have been given the list of all 47 MPs and ministers who apply to hold office of profit and to engage in business transactions. The Honorable Brian Champon is not on this list. So, once again, it is clear that he should not have been anywhere near this transaction. And it's one of the grounds that I have submitted to Shraj, asking Shraj to abrogate this whole transaction, to stop it, and to make sure that these strategic state assets are preserved for the people of Ghana.
Right. I wanted to ask, we got some education earlier from Professor Abuchi, which suggested that perhaps that provision that requires an MP to seek the permission of the Speaker might not apply in the case of a shareholder. For example, if a member of Parliament is a shareholder in, say, MTN and wants to either buy some shares or sell some shares, that would not apply to them. What is your take on that?
Yes, so there have been instances where public officials will say that, I don't really have direct beneficial interest. I am not a director. I am not a majority shareholder and all of that. And so I have been conscious of those gray areas and decided to probe further and obtain the incorporation articles relating to Rock City. And I can confirm that I know on authority, based on the documentations I have, that the Honorable Brian Champon remains the sole beneficial owner of Rock City Hotel.
Okay.
And he remains a director. He has not relinquished his control and his interest in Rock City. So in this case, it will apply. Remember that in the case of the Honorable Ken Oforiatta, when he was dragged to Shraj, he said that he had relinquished and he had distanced himself from Databank.
I recall that.
Case of, in the case of Rock City, that has not been done. He's a sole beneficial owner, so he stands to benefit directly from the business activities of Rock City. Okay,
Mr. Okudzeto Ablakwa, I know you have several issues. These are not all of them. I want you to put them directly to the Minister for Food and Agriculture, because he's joining us now on the phone. Would you be okay to put these questions directly to him so we can hear his answers?
Absolutely.
All right. If we have Mr. Brian Champon on the line, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for making the time to speak to us. We appreciate it. This is now a national issue.
Let me say a good morning to your listeners and my junior brother, Sami.
Yeah.
Sami, I sent you a message last week. You didn't respond.
Okay.
And I'm surprised. And I also did something to even call to acknowledge it. Rather,
okay.
But I've also heard you in a lot of things about company that I'm 100% shareholder, proudly Rock City, Ghanaian, indigenous. And I think that I have with you, if there's something tickling your mind, as we speak every day, former chairman of your committee, you could have reached out to me for clarification. If you had done so, I don't think that you'll be here, because a lot of the things that you are putting out are factually inaccurate. But I'm pleading with Joy FM to give us all the time, even if I have to pay for it, so that Sami will ask me all the questions that he has, so that I deal with it. First of all, I want to deal with the matters as Kwame Champon, the politician, and then the company that I also own shares in. They are two different entities. Kwame Champon is completely different from Rock City. If I die today, Rock City will go on. The Rock City and its branches across the country in Kumasi, Takrady, Cape Coast, Ada, Akosombo. There are almost 1,000 workers, and we support the communities that we are in, directly or indirectly. So at least if you are probed on this transaction, you shouldn't be putting all these things out there, denting my image and hard-won credibility. But I put it to you, please ask me any questions that you have so that I can help you.
Mr. Ablakwa.
Yes, so let me, first of all, assure the Honorable Brian Champon that this is not personal, as I've always maintained. Yes, we serve on the same committee, we serve in Parliament together. I have always taken this position, and Honorable Brian Champon, that even in the House, we're very consistent on these matters. And 16 years ago, when I took the Honorable Jacob Echebi-Lamte to court, it traveled all the way to the Supreme Court. Indeed, the Supreme Court commended our effort for seeking to preserve that state asset he was trying to purchase. So, saying that I should have spoken to you directly and all of that, these are matters that are in the public interest and matters that should not be handled at a personal level, and that's why I didn't think that these are matters that should be handled as friends. Having said that,
I mean, I agree with you, except to say that even though the Supreme Court commended the action that you are taking, you lost the case at the Supreme Court. You always leave that one out in your conclusion. But what you have done, what you have succeeded in doing, is that you have tarnished Jacob Lamte's image throughout the process. You spoke on the matter, tarnished his image, and even now you are speaking about it, saying that the Supreme Court commended you. But you always fail to add that you lost the case in the Supreme Court, and you tarnished the man's image. You went on and on and on and destroyed a man, and in the end the law backed him. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Sometimes if you consult, you will get the facts, and you will not destroy people. It's not easy trying to repair an image that you have destroyed with facts that are not true, with information that are not true. That is why I asked you that if you had spoken with me, you wouldn't have even gone this far. To the extent to which you want to damage my reputation and the brand of Rock City.
Right. I think we have to reconnect with Mr. Okudzeto Ablakwa. We've just lost the connection to him. So let's take a very quick break, and when we come back, I'll ask that we get straight to the substantive issue and get directly into it. Mr. Okudzeto Ablakwa will put his questions to Mr. Brian Achampong, and we will hear his responses to all of them right after these messages. Stay with us.
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, together with the stakeholders, present the third Made in Ghana Bazaar under the theme Promoting Made in Ghana Goods and Services for Economic Prosperity. The exhibitors include Ghanaian businesses, startups, and foreign companies in Ghana undertaking value addition and embassies in Ghana.
Venue, Accra International Conference Center, 23rd to 25th May 2024, 9 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. each day.
The bazaar is to promote Made in Ghana products using the network of Ghana's embassies abroad and foreign embassies in Ghana. There will be live performances of authentic Ghanaian music, playground for children, traditional games, and sale of your favorite Ghanaian dishes by local vendors. Attendance is free.
Sponsors: National Petroleum Authority,
XCMG Ghana,
Ghana Exim Bank,
GCB Bank PLC,
Ghana Gas,
Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority,
Ghana Tourism Authority,
Ghana Export Promotion Authority,
XP Agency,
Ghana Free Zones Authority,
Ghana Standards Authority,
Ghana Shippers Authority, Media Partner GBC,
and the Multimedia Group.
Registration is ongoing for exhibitors at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration.
Call 0538 062 264 or
0209 249 932 for further details. The third Made in Ghana Bazaar.
Let me tell you about My King. Always looking out for the family and making sure we have the protection we need.
Mine has been caring for our family from generation to generation.
Let me tell you, mine makes sure I smile always.
Mine makes sure we save money.
Abba, these women are at it again. Is it your husbands you are speaking so highly of?
Oh no, we are talking about the new Pepsodent 200 grams.
It's the Pepsodent Kokroko promo. This is the Pepsodent 175 grams you have always loved. Now with an additional 25 grams free for cavity protection and 10 times stronger teeth for your entire family. Grab yours now. This advert is FDA approved.
Well. How is your good life?
Mine has been great, you know. My entire family and I sleep under an insecticide-treated net every night, throughout the night, and wake up feeling sound every day with absolutely no mosquito bite.
My good life has been terrific. My entire family and I, we wash our hands with soap and running water before we cook and eat, and after using the toilet, we don't play with it.
When my wife was pregnant, I accompanied her to every antenatal session. She took all her medication, ate balanced diet, and gave birth without any complications. My good life has been smooth.
Let's all come aboard Good Life and live healthy and happy. Good Life, live it well. It's an everyday thing. Good Life from Ghana Health Service and partners with support from USAID.
Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts as Adansi Travels and Joy FM are about to take you on an adventure of a lifetime. Imagine yourself soaring high with your favorite drive time program in the heart of South Africa. Starting from the 3rd of June, join me, Lexus Bill, and the Drive Time team as we dive into the soul of South Africa. Starting at an exclusive promo rate of $1,390, you get to choose your adventure. Whether it's the urban pulse of Joburg or the thrilling Sun City, we've got you covered. But wait, there's more. Be part of history and join us at the Legends and Legacy Ball at the Santin Convention Center, celebrating the iconic Yvonne Chaka Chaka. Call Adansi Travels now on 0595 500 817 or visit www.adansitravels.com to secure your spot. Remember, it's more than a journey. It's an experience that will stay with you forever.
Hello, Ghana. Are you tired of the same old political rhetoric? Do you believe it is time for a change that truly represents the voices of our youth, women, and children? I present to you Nana Kwame Bediako. He is a visionary leader with a passion for making our country better through innovative industrial revolution. Together, we can change the political narrative and create a government that truly represents the interest of all citizens. Join this journey to build a better and inclusive future for all by contributing to our Save Ghana Fund campaign. Your support, no matter the amount, is not just a donation. It is an investment in the shared desire for a more prosperous, equitable, and better nation. To donate, visit www.nkb.com.gh or dial *887 *2024 #. Thank you for your support.
From the producers of The Gods Are Not to Blame comes another theatrical marvel.
A deformity is a deformity.
In honor of Professor Martin Owusu, dive deep into the heart of Ghanaian theater as Image Bureau, in partnership with April Communications and the National Theater, presents The Legend of Akusika.
That's orphan who killed her mother and destroyed her own father.
Live at the National Theater on June 1st, 2nd, 8th, and 9th at 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. each day. Tickets selling now at 200 cities only at imagebureaugh.com or dial *714*11*21#. The Legend of Akusika, supported by the Ghana Tourism Authority, Knee Plans, Car Rentals, MGL Logistics, IPMC, Joy FM, and proudly brought to you by Stanbic Bank and the National Lottery Authority. The Legend of Akusika.
Usually, we get special treatment only on our birthday. But imagine getting a special package every single day. That's what AT's Daily Deals gives you. You get unique voice and data deals exclusive to you. What's even better is it's affordable, reliable, and available. Start experiencing AT's Daily Deals. Dial *533# today and every single day. When you do, you'll unlock exclusive data and voice packages valid for 24 hours. Come on, people, jump on the AT Daily Deals train. When you're with dealer now. Dial *533# now and access awesome data and voice deals only from AT. Life is simple.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
You're welcome back. It's 9:32. Now, if you just joined us, we have been talking about the SNIT deal, the sale of 60% of their shares in 4 hotels to the Rock City Hotel Group, owned by Brian Champong, Minister of Food and Agriculture. We have the minister on the line with us, and we have the petitioner, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, MP for North Tongue. And the minister has agreed to answer all questions. Let's get straight to it. Mr. Okudzeto Ablakwa, thanks for your patience. We're sorry we lost you there. Let's get straight to the substantive issue, and let's hear your direct questions to the minister. Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Good.
Brian Champong.
Yes, we have the minister. Mr. Okudzeto Ablakwa, can you hear us? Oh dear. Okay, while we're working to connect to Mr. Okudzeto Ablakwa, Mr. Champong, let me ask you, there is a suggestion that this deal is being made in a way that will allow you to sort of pay in installments after you've acquired these shares. Is that correct?
Kudu, this is because I didn't notify you. It will be difficult not to respond to this question. But the deal is that I will answer this one, and all other questions I want you to come directly from Samuel Okudzeto, because I want him to hear the responses and therefore become well educated.
Well, we will work. Yes, we are working.
So I will answer the question.
Yeah, thank you.
First of all, there is a big difference between Brian Champong and Rock City. Rock City has its own board, has its own management. They make decisions and the day-to-day running of the company. I own the company proudly. Indigenous, Ghanaian, I own the company. But it has its own management, its own board. They make their own decisions. That's it. They are pursuing the vision that I set for them, to make sure that they are in all the 16 regions and the 54 markets that we have identified in the next 15 years. That's what I have set out for them, and they are executing.
And you are one of the 2 directors?
That's correct. No, I am a non-executive director of Rock City. But if you are registering at Registrar General, they don't give you this qualification, register as you just have to bring 2 directors. And so definitely I am one of the directors. But in terms of a functional role of the management of Rock City, I am not a part of it. I am a non-executive director. I don't take any pay salary. I don't take any emolument. I don't participate in anything. I am the vision bearer, and I try as much as possible once a year or every so often when I have a time to get them to focus on a vision. I don't receive any salary, anything, and I'm not paid any benefits. You can check from, they pay close to about 5 SNIT to about 500 staff. You can check if I am one of them. Because if I am receiving compensation, they have to pay the liabilities thereof, either payee or SNIT, and I am not one of them. Number 2, the decision or the proposal that I understand that Rock City sent to SNIT has nothing to do with paying for the shares from revenues from the company. It's a total forward. I don't think that the competent people of SNIT, including the board and the transaction advisor, will allow for such, forgive me, nonsense to happen. That you can walk into a company and then run the company and use the revenue of the company to pay for your shares. That would be madness.
Okay. Now, the other thing that Mr. Okudzeto Ablakwa has raised in his
Let
petition,
Okudzeto Ablakwa ask the question. I promise to answer this one. Every other question I want him to ask me, please.
I understand, but we are working on the connection. We can't hear him when he speaks, so we're
I
trying.
have all day.
Yeah, we're trying to connect, but of course, this is radio.
I have all day. Any time that you reach him, please call me. I want him to. He failed to talk to me to be educated before he went, and I want to use a public platform, okay, to educate him. He's my very, very good friend. Look, we are Odadies. We all went to PRESEC. He was my ranking when I was Foreign Affairs Committee. Just last week, I was talking to him when we sent inputs to MEPE.
Okay, I think he's on now. I think we have him on the line. Mr. Okudzeto Ablakwa, can you hear us?
Hello.
There you are. Yes. Okay, let's get back to the issues, please. Your direct questions to the minister.
Yes. So first of all, let me emphasize that this exercise we are engaging is just for the benefit of public education.
Yes, Mr. Ablakwa, but if you could kindly go to the question.
This would not in any way make me withdraw my petition at scratch. I just thought that I emphasize that point. So, first of all, I have raised constitutional issues about the provisions under Article 78 and Article 98, which the Honorable Brad Champon has not complied with. My checks at the committee and at the Speaker's office, he has not been granted a certificate from the Speaker to engage in these business transactions. He remains the sole beneficial owner of Rock City and stands to directly benefit from these transactions. So there are constitutional issues that I have raised.
Let's hear his answer to that.
With the abhorrence that I think we must all have when public officials decide to annex state assets. Right. So
shall we hear his answer to that?
That's the first issue.
Yeah, let's hear his answer to that, Mr. Champon.
Thank you, Sami. First of all, we have succeeded in pooling the data of all 275 members of parliament who own shares in companies in Ghana. And they are way more than the 47 that you are talking about. I'm talking about those who have certificates. Because the issue is about it's not about beneficial owner or shareholder. Beneficial owner simply means shareholder. Owning shares in Multimedia, Rock City, MTN, Unilever, FanMilk, if you own shares in this company, you don't go to Speaker for permission to own shares in this company. If you are a non-executive director of a company, you don't go to the Speaker to seek permission to be able to do that. In the case of Rock City, I am a shareholder, 100% shareholder, and I was shareholder of this company before I became minister. And in Ghana, those who know Rock City knows that it belongs to Brian Champon. And I am not occupying an office for profit in Rock City, and I am not receiving a monument.
But you are the director.
But I
you
am
are the director.
I am the no.
From the incorporation articles
hold on.
You are the director.
If you go to hold on, be patient, please. If you go to Registrar General, the forms ask for 2 directors. I am one director and another person. But in the functional role that I will receive emoluments or occupy an office for profit in the organization, or my activities in the organization will prevent me from doing my work in Parliament or as a minister, does not come in. So being a director, as per Registrar General's documentation, and functioning as a non-executive director in the functional role are 2 different things. So, Sami, you don't, and I have all the list of the NDC MPs who own shares in companies but don't have certificate from the Speaker because of their roles in these organizations. So please, stand educated on that. I understand that if you occupy an office for profit, and if you occupy a role that gives you money, not dividends, or not a growth in the company that you benefit, we are talking about roles that conflict with your role as a minister and the time that you should be serving in Parliament. You are out there doing your private business. That is what the Constitution frowns on. And in this case, Sami, I don't receive anything in terms of occupying any office to receive an incentive from Rock City. Yes, I am the shareholder. And there's nowhere that says that if you are a shareholder in any organization and you're a member of Parliament, you have to go to the Speaker and collect a certificate. That is not the case, Sami.
Mr. Ablakwa.
He clearly has not addressed the issue. You are not only a shareholder, you are also a director.
In the Registrar General's documentation, they don't give a description of, they ask you to present 2 directors at the point of registration. So yes, I am a director, but the functional role that gives me benefits of occupy an office for profit in Rock City, I mean, that is not the case. And you can check with the GRA whether I'm paid and therefore they pay my payee, or you can check with SNIT whether I'm paid and therefore they pay my SNIT. That is not the case. I don't occupy an office for profit in Rock City.
Shall we move on to the next issue?
I've checked all of that, and you see in the petition.
Yeah, you have checked that I am a manager. I occupy an office for profit in Rock City.
That all of these matters, I'm clear in my mind that you should have sought permission of Mr. Speaker. So it is a matter that Shraj is seized with. Shraj will make the final determination. It's not about your call. I'm saying that other MPs may be in your position and they have not applied to the Speaker. Does not absolve you. You had an obligation under the Constitution.
Shall we move to the next issue?
To seek the Speaker's permission, and you didn't. So it's a matter that Shraj will determine fully.
Okay, so shall we move to the next issue, please?
We can leave that for Shraj.
Okay, let's move to the next issue. Mr. Blackwell.
So is he suggesting that he wants to leave all his other questions to Shraj? I don't understand.
Mr. Champon, I think there are other issues. So, Mr. Blackwell, what's the next one you'd like to hear?
I'm trying to educate this man, and he's saying that when he gets the answers, we should go to Shraj.
Mr. Champon, please, I think to be fair, there are questions. So if you can be patient and hear them. Yeah. Mr. Blackwell.
The other issue I have raised in the petition relates to how skewed the process is, particularly without recourse to due process. I have stated that SNIT dealt with all the 6 hotels as though they were the same. The Rich Royal Hotel has minority shareholders, and there ought to have been a shareholders meeting and a shareholders agreement for all the shareholders to agree to this transaction. That was not done. And that is why lawyers of Ridge Royal have protested. And indeed, that protest has led to SNIT now, belatedly, on the 27th of March, writing to the minority shareholders that they should now exercise their first right, which should have been done much earlier. So when I talk about the arm twisting, when I talk about how the processes were skewed, and indeed, TUC also addresses this point yesterday when they say that SNIT wrongfully treated all the hotels the same way, and it points to a clear abuse of office, skewing the process, disregarding lay down procedure to favor a certain outcome. And I think that if you look at how SNIT is now acting belatedly, now writing to the minority shareholders, it vindicates this point that I make. So that is the second issue. The procedural ills, if you like, skewing the process, disregarding minority shareholder rights, and arm twisting to achieve a certain outcome.
Right. Mr. Champo.
Okay. Thank you. This is a question that SNIT must answer, or Rock City must answer if they know anything about it. But, so far as I've been briefed, let me try and help Kwame. First of all, the Ahoy Plaza that owns 5% of Ridge Royal. The Ahoy own 5% of Ridge Royal. Now, in the shareholders agreement, it states that when they want to sell,
it is Vanef, and Ahoy Plaza owning 4.9%.
So there's
the minority shareholders are two. There are two. Vanef and then Ahoy Plaza. So 4.9%.
Okay, let me, so that the interview is short, let me use Ahoy as a proxy for the minority shareholders. Now, the Ahoy that...
Actually, the Ahoys have only 0.3%. The majority
matter.
shareholder within the minority
as
group
a proxy
is
for minority shareholders. So allow me, please. The Ahoys that own the minority share, the shareholder agreement is in place. They have a shareholders agreement. And the shareholders agreement states that if SNIT wants to sell, okay, they have to give them the first right of refusal. And that is in the shareholders agreement. So it is not true that there's no shareholders agreement. There is a shareholders agreement. And it enjoins...
I have said that. I made reference to the shareholders agreement. I've said that.
And it enjoins them to seek. Now, it doesn't stop SNIT from looking for buyers or strategic partners for their shares. They can... The only time they will infringe on that rule if they go and sign a deal with Rock City, okay, or any other organization without giving the Ahoy the first right of refusal. And so I am looking for, if I'm SNIT, I am looking for a buyer. I have one, but I'm not signing a deal with them. I go back to my minority shareholder and say that, look, my guy, this is my offer that I am putting out. Are you interested? If today there are minority shareholders say that they are interested in SNIT's offer that they gave them, there will be no deal with Rock City. There will be no deal with Rock City. And that is why I told, and you have a copy of the letter, SNIT wrote to them that I want to sell my shares, I have a buyer, but you and I have an agreement that says that I have to give you the first right, and within 45 days, if you don't respond, I can now go and take the buyer. And that is exactly what SNIT has done. It doesn't stop them from going out there. So what if they went to the Ahoys and then asked them to buy and they cannot buy? Are they now going to start the process? So whether they started the process before and they started the process after, what is important for me is that at least they notify them. They triggered the agreement between the two of them, okay? And it is only when they are not able to fulfill that arrangement is when they can come back to their now new buyer and say that, okay, we now can go ahead with the deal. So that is what the transaction is, Sammy. Nothing has been infringed. The way I have been briefed and the way it has been presented, nothing has been breached. They have written to them. And if they want to take it and they take it, there will be no deal. In fact, I don't know how the Ahoy in this case got the 5%. We can always go into that, the processes that led to. But there definitely was a shareholders agreement or some form of agreement that led them to get that 5%. So, Sammy, nothing has been breached. Nothing has been signed. When the minority shareholder, the Ahoy, refused to pick up the offer, SNIT has the right to go anywhere to look for buyers.
Mr. Ablakwa.
So it is not for the Honorable Brad Champon to determine that there has been no breach.
You asked me.
If you look at the letter from the lawyers of the minority shareholders, Vanep Company Limited and Ahoy Plaza Limited, dated 10th May 2024, the litany of breaches are enumerated, and I have attached these letters from the lawyers to the petition. So again, Shraj will make that determination. It is not for the Honorable Brad Champon to make a decision and to say that there has been no breach. If you look at the letter that I am referring to, you see that the lawyers for Vanep Company Limited and Ahoy Plaza, they state emphatically that, for example, further to our client information, on the 12th of March 2024, a meeting was held with the head of investment at SNIT, Patience also, where our client informed the SNIT representative that they would buy SNIT shares and so the exercise to sell off SNIT hotels should exclude the Ridge Royal Hotel. Since the idea of purchasing the catering rest house, now the Ridge Royal Hotel was solely our client's idea. Unfortunately, SNIT did not write to our clients as promised by the head of investments at the said meeting. Our clients further instruct us to state that they only this week finally received a copy of the said letter notifying them of SNIT's intention to sell their
Martin,
shares.
what is the relevance
According
of
to our
this?
client's instructions, no shareholders meeting has been held to discuss the sale of SNIT shares in Ridge Royal Hotel. So there are a litany of breaches which violate the 1999 shareholders. The 1999 shareholders agreement. And it is not for the Honorable Brad Champon to say that there haven't been breaches. So this is certainly one of the matters that Shraj will be making a pronouncement on.
Oh, so let's take one. Point of order here. Are you saying that you are advocating for the Ahoy as a minority shareholder? If the minority shareholders have an issue, why don't they just go and deal with their SNIT? How does Shraj come in on a corporate matter? I mean, are you now advocating for the minority shareholders? I don't understand, Sammy. The facts are the facts.
I am advocating for the people of Ghana. It's just like the way you appear to be advocating for
Ridge Royal is a body corporate. And the minority shareholders are also a body corporate. Who are you? Anyway.
Can I, when you are speaking, I don't interrupt. I have made the point about lack of due process, about how the whole procurement process appears to be skewed towards a particular outcome. This is a major evidence in building that case. So it is not about defending any shareholder. I don't have any interest in this matter. I'm not defending any shareholder.
Okay. Shall we move to the next issue, Mr. Ablakwa?
Yeah, Kojo, I have also stated in the petition that SNIT and Rock City appear to have an unholy alliance. If you pay regard to the transaction in 2022 where SNIT offloaded 25% of its shares to Rock City in the Grand Regency Hotel. And you observe what happened in that transaction, how Rock City was not made to pay the actual value of the 25%. The 25% of SNIT's shares was valued at 8.6 million Ghana cedis at the time. And yet, in a bizarre preferential treatment, Rock City was allowed to pay below value, 7.4 million. And even that, from my whistleblowers, Rock City was then later on allowed to pay in installment. So one, they refused to pay the value, the actual value of 8.6 million. They said they will pay 7.4 million. Even that, they are paying in installment. And they also refuse to peg the transaction to the dollar. SNIT had made that recommendation and Rock City refused. If you read the minutes of that meeting, which I've put out. And I have made the point that if you look at this history, there is no way we will be guaranteed value for money. Already, there are issues to do with the valuation. The Properties Department of SNIT was not allowed to carry out its internal valuation. The recommendations from the transaction advisor are not being followed in this
Which one are you talking about? You are obfuscating the issues. If we were talking about the Kumasi, can we deal with it? Then you can come to another.
Yes. So Kumasi is important because
that's okay. I'll deal with it. Let me permit me to deal with the Kumasi matter.
If we can hear the full question from Mr. Ablakwa, then we can hear the full answer from Mr.
What he's trying to do in propaganda, we call it stacking. Okay, you bring a matter that is not true, and you continue to repeat it until
I take strong exception to that.
You are on the same platform. You will have the opportunity to respond. So please bear with us and let's hear the full submission of Mr. Ablakwa. Then we'll hear the full response from you. Okay, so Mr. Ablakwa, please complete your point.
So Kojo, I'm talking about the Kumasi transaction, the Grand Regency Hotel transaction, and I have the offer letter of Rock City dated 14th April 2022, paying below value instead of paying 8.6 million. They were allowed to agree to pay 7.4 million and allowed to pay that in installment. And I've also produced the minutes of negotiations leading to that short-changing of Ghanaian workers dated Wednesday, 16th March 2022. And these are all contained in my petition to Shraj. And I have made a point in that petition that this is what raises concern and it worries all of us. And at yesterday's press conference, you notice that the TUC has begun raising those issues, confirming my fears that the MOU that they have cited, their reps on the board have told them that, again, Rock City is being given preferential treatment. They are going to be allowed to pay in installments and all of that. We are not going to have value for money. So you see a consistent pattern right from Kumasi coming to this 6 hotels transaction. And it's one of the major issues I have.
Mr. Champong.
Thank you. I don't think Rock City has extensively on the Kumasi transaction. The company, the SNIT Hotel in Kumasi, was divested to a particular person who had, a private individual who had maintained 75 shareholding for more than 30 years. Rock City, I'm told, wanted to expand to Kumasi, have a presence in Kumasi. So they approached the private sector person and asked to buy his 75% shares in the hotel. The private sector person wrote to SNIT, giving SNIT the first right of refusal because they want to offload their shares. SNIT said they were not interested because for 30 years, they have not received a penny from that hotel in Kumasi. Pensioners have not received one kobo, one pesewa from that facility in Kumasi. So they are not interested in buying the 75% shares. Now, Rock City now went ahead and agreed with a private sector person to pay $3 million for 75% shares in the company. The private sector person, they paid him $3 million. At the time, the transaction was pegged to the dollar. Now, when they finally got the shares and now became a majority shareholder by acquiring the interest of the majority shareholder with the private sector person, there's J. Stanley Owusu, that is the name. There's a big waste management contractor in Kumasi, and everybody, those who know him, know him. Anyway, when Rock City became a majority shareholder in that company, they now approached SNIT that we have acquired, and you are aware, 75% shares in this company. We want to buy your shares. So they entered into negotiations. And the most fairest negotiation was that, I'm told, that Rock City then presented what they paid to the private sector person, that we paid $3 million. So it will be fair that we pay 25% at $1 million, Rock City tells me. So they went ahead and offered in the negotiations $1 million. At the time, the $1 million that they offered was 7.1 million Ghana cedis to the dollar. So they went into the negotiations, and SNIT accepted the offer of $1 million pegged to at 7.1 million Ghana cedis. Then, when SNIT, after 2 months, when they wrote to Rock City, the figure had moved from 7.1 to 7.4 because the dollar rate had increased at the time. They said, the Rock City said, in the letter that Sami Okujeto is holding, he says that we negotiated at 7.1, but in writing to us, you have increased it to 7.4. But notwithstanding, we accept because they knew the background that SNIT had pegged it to the dollar. Now, the valuation of 8.9 million is what they have on their books. But notwithstanding the value that you have on your books, if you want to sell an asset, you go and negotiate. So if the private sector person has been offered at $3 million and accepted, and which is for every 25% share is equivalent to $1 million, and SNIT is also offered the same $1 million, wherein lies the short changes. So the fact that you have a value of an item at 8.4, and you go into negotiations and achieve 7.4, because the benchmark on the market is really what the private sector person had offered, at least at the barest minimum, wherein lies the strong words of shady meetings, bizarre preferential treatment, and unholy alliance. Sammy, knowing this, will you still use these words?
Kojo?
Mr. Blackwell.
Let me read from page 2 of the intercepted meeting on the negotiations, which totally disprove what the Honorable Brian Champon is saying. So this is Mr. Osafumafu's speaking. SNIT proposition on the sale price. Mr. Osafumafu stated that the trust had an independent valuation done, and the value of the trust, 25%, was 8.6 million Ghana cedis. Consequently, SNIT cannot accept RCG's offer of 5.6 million for SNIT's 25% equity stake. An agreement has been reached between RCG's proposed offer of 5.6 million and SNIT's proposed sale price of 8.6 million. So you see from this minute that Mr. Osafumafu, who was then Deputy Director General for IDD, confirming that the actual value is 8.6 million, Brian Champon's Rock City refused to pay this actual value. And that's why I insist that Ghanaian workers were shortchanged. We lost at least 1.2 million. You didn't pay the actual value, and that is why all of us are concerned, including organized labor. Again, come to the 6th paragraph of this document, when the Honorable Brian Champon suggests that they did this transaction dollar denominated. It is not true. Let me read from the 6th paragraph. Mr. Samuel Chum, at the time was general manager of SNIT. He has retired. This is what transpired at the meeting. Mr. Chum followed with a suggestion that the sale price should have been in United States dollars and pegged at the current dollar rate to the cedi. This was declined by the RCG team and Rock City. This is the minutes. So again, to claim that you did Ghanaians some favor and this was an above board transaction and you paid a fair value, the documents do not confirm those claims you are making. And that is why I insist that
they didn't only have one negotiation meeting. You see, there were several negotiations, and you only have 1 minute of the meetings. There was a lot of back and forth. Hold on.
How do you know what I have? How do you know what I have?
No. I have been reading, and I'm saying that if you go to, I challenge you.
I also have.
And I want the whole world to go to SNIT.
If you allow me, I want the final letter. The final letter that Rock City wrote to SNIT on this matter. You did not pay the real value. You didn't. You didn't pay the 8.6 million, which is the actual value of SNIT's 25% share.
We have just about enough time to hear Mr. Champon's final response to Mr. Okudzeto Ablakwa. We have less than 2 minutes to go. So, Mr. Champon, I'll give that to you to respond to Mr. Ablakwa's point there.
Very well. Kojo, Rock City tells me, and SNIT confirms to me, that they had several negotiation meetings. One of the minutes is what Mr. Okudzeto has. In the final negotiations, that they reached an agreement. The agreement is what Rock City fulfilled. And for an asset that for 30 years has not returned 1 cedi to SNIT pensioners, it is of value to SNIT that they check out of that transaction. Nobody was shortchanged. And I put it to Sami that if you do and write to information to SNIT, you will find out that the value of 8.6, as said by Osafo came to a meeting with a negotiation figure, but the real value of the transaction, through right to information, you will find out that it was much lower than the $1 million that at the time they received. And that is a fact.
If it is a fact, you should be telling us, not asking me to go and do a right to information request. Look, I have all the documentation on this matter. You didn't pay the actual value.
You are just adding things together and trying to destroy me and trying to destroy the brand of Rock City. It's most unfair, it's un-Ghanaian, and you should stop it. If you have issues with a corporate entity, ask questions. I will never, and nobody should stop you if it has to do with the national interest. But for me, in the tangent that you are going, it has nothing to do with that. I am a politician. I have thick thing. I will deal with it. Okay? But note that you are not speaking the truth and that is unfair, and Shrag will confirm all these things to you.
Gentlemen, let's make time to continue this conversation tomorrow. Our time has run out completely. We have to move now to a live event that we are covering. But if you can both promise that we will continue this matter tomorrow with ample time for all issues to be raised, all evidence to be presented, we would love to do that for the benefit of the Ghanaian people who have been listening to you this morning. So Mr. Brian Achampong, Minister for Food and Agriculture, Mr. Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, Member of Parliament for North Tongue, I thank you both very much for your time. We shall continue this tomorrow. In the meantime, stay with us. We're going live to an event.
We're going for the public interest and accountability, the launch of the PIAC 2023 annual report. So the Public Interest and Accountability Committee under the Petroleum Revenue Management Act is launching its 2023 annual report, and we're going for the launch